Whoops. I am so good at this. There we go. So, hello everybody. A few housekeeping tips before I bring the doodle in. Sound alerts is working. We are doing a giveaway for a copy of Sniper Elite 3, which will be given away on the 20th of November. Exclamation mark giveaway in chat will allow you to enter that. This is episode 3 of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The first 2 episodes are already up on my YouTube channel, which you can find linked in the About down below, or it is in my Discord if you need to find that, or just Classic251 on YouTube. Watch those. I've already been told by several people, do not watch them with beverages in your mouth. You will spray said beverages out of said face hole. But let's drop the tunes and bring in the doodle. Because the doodle is here. The doodle is here.
The doodle is here. Hello.
The doodle is sick.
Doodle is a sick. I was waiting for you to explain that to my chat.
So the doodle is sick. So
Yeah.
what we are not going to do today is we are
Well,
not going to redeem voices. That is
I'm
disabled.
exactly. I have disabled It's a Mario Time. I have disabled a Luigi, a Wario, a Waluigi. If I do voices while they're in the book, they probably aren't going to be as like
Animated.
blah animation. So instead, because I love you guys and I know you guys like to mess with me still, um, I have decided that I am going to. Oh, I have the wrong book up.
Oh, doodle.
You should. I found a book that's all like old vines, but they're laid out like really weird poems. It's amazing. It's so good, and I would recommend anybody who can check it out because it's freaking amazing.
I have a new mug for today.
Oh,
It
that's
is my
good.
Hogwarts Platform 9 3/4 mug.
It's nice.
On the
I love
bottom, on the
that.
inside, you can't see, but it does have the divination tea leaves in the shape of
The Grim.
the Grim.
The Grim.
The Grim.
The Grim.
The Grim.
I did not even know that the actress was her until like I watched behind the scenes, and I was like,
What?
"Holy crap! How did I not
How
know?
did we guess? Us
How
as
did I
we were not observant.
like?
I
She is
also
so
have a
good."
plug that I have to do. It is not
Ooh,
sponsored, but I do have a plug. Book sleeves that I use that you will see me pull my books out of on stream. I have many, many of them. They are from an Etsy store, Always September Shop. She makes fabric, very soft fabric book covers in pretty much any genre you can imagine.
oh,
And
that's
they
cool.
are big enough to hold even the big Harry Potter books. So I keep my books in them to prevent all the corners from getting all jaggy.
Oh, that's really
But
cool.
they are. This one is the Marauders Map. I don't know if she still has it in her shop. It is a couple of years old, so you may be hit or miss. Um, but she does seasonal ones, and she's actually local to me, so
Oh, that's doubly cool.
that is doubly cool. Sweet lady. Shop local.
Very sweet lady.
I just thought
Sorry, I'm like adjusting
I
something
thought
on
I
my
would let
stream.
that go because I do get messages onto where my book sleeves come from. So,
I should show the book sleeves that
oh, the
I
ones that are
sent you
giving me
to.
like all
Oh
kinds
my
of butterflies
gosh.
in my stomach.
I let me see. I don't know if I let me. I'm gonna see if I can do this. Hold on.
You can do it. I
On
believe
my
in you,
stream.
Hercules. You got
Thanks.
this.
I think I have to save image, I imagine. Where does it go? Um, yeah, download is fine.
Spoopy.
It's so spooky.
Spicky.
Uh, 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 uh. Temp
Also,
image.
just to
Okay.
let everyone know, the first 2 episodes of Book Club are up on my YouTube channel.
Oh.
Yes, I have been forewarned by a couple of
Ah!
people who have watched them. Do not watch them with beverages in your mouth. Beverages will no longer be in your mouth.
Oh, I need beverage.
Apparently someone laughed so hard they almost shot protein shake all over their computer. So I am not.
That's not good.
I, Classic, and DoodleGhost are not responsible for any damages to people or property that may result in watching said VODs.
Exactly. Thank you for that disclaimer.
You're welcome.
Okay, it's up on my stream. But look at this. So these are all 7 books that my friend has. And the book sleeves are Hogwarts textbooks. So the first one is like Kings of the Ancient World, and then the next one is the Transfiguration. Then Muggle creatures from A or magical creatures from A to Z. Um, and then there's I can't read what the middle one is. Something about charms, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that Shine was bad until it was too late. And then Centurion Divination, Written in the Stars, and then Defense Against the Dark Forces. I wonder if they couldn't use dark arts because it's like copyright or something.
I don't know, but I am here for it. I adore it. I need it in all of my life.
Oh, absolutely, me too. It's so good.
So,
Uh, okay, really quick, can I explain how my stream's gonna work for a little
you
bit?
certainly can.
Okay, so anybody in class
Class
streaks?
streaks. I'm naked. It's
Woohoo!
fun.
Learning so much today. I might need to go take some medicine actually, just a sec here too. But so anybody in Class Seeks stream can participate too. But because I wanted to give you guys something to mess with me, I am implementing a punishment stream. What's gonna happen is I have lowered my silent, like I can't say a certain word thing, to 20 points, and you can set one word every 10 minutes. What that means is you can tell me that any word you put down in the thing, basically, I cannot say it at all. I will not be able to say it for the rest of the stream. If I do, I have to take a little shot of apple cider vinegar. I have a little tablespoon in front of me. Um, Apple cider vinegar with the mother is very good for illnesses and colds, but I hate the taste of it so much, and I hate the taste of it even more straight. So if I mess up and you guys catch me out on it, I'm gonna take a shot of it, and I'm gonna probably gag and want to die. But it'll help me get better, and it'll make you guys laugh at me. So you know what?
Just please don't vomit. That's all I'm asking. Is not.
I'll vomit with the mic off. How about that?
That would be fabulous.
I'll make sure I turn the mic off, and I'll be like, "Excuse me."
That's the sound of vomit.
That's my
Turkey.
vomiting sound.
Doodle vomits and sounds like a turkey. 10 out of 10 can confirm.
I'm gonna have to read through this book that I have on my stream here eventually one day because these are all just literally again, they're all vines, but like this one's stop. I could have dropped my croissant.
You have no idea what you're talking about, but that's fine.
You didn't watch
I
Vines? You didn't watch Vines?
no, I spend my whole life in a constant state of confusion and a constant state of disappointing people, so
Oh.
who
No,
knows?
you're not disappointing. I'm just like, you didn't see any Vines? That's sad.
Huh.
It's some good Vines.
I did, however, do a thing yesterday. I cleaned my room, right? I know,
Oh,
big
nice.
shocker, right? And I found my slipper socks,
Oh, nicer.
which
That's awesome.
are super fuzzy, and they have the non-slippy things on the bottom, which means I'm not going to kill myself walking across my floor. So
That's even better.
I'm super excited about my slipper socks for today, in case anybody cares. I have my tea station set back up again, so we are good to go on that front. I have the
Good,
waters
good.
for when people redeem the hydrate, because apparently me
The
drinking pop
water.
isn't hydration.
I forgot the water. Oh, shoot. Okay, I might need 2 seconds then. I might gotta run in to grab some medicine, and then I'm just gonna fill up my water thing really quick. Is
That's
that
fine.
okay?
I'll just take this time to remind chat that exclamation mark giveaway will enter you in the giveaway to win a copy of Sniper Elite 3, which I will give away on the 20th of November. So go ahead, get your tickets for that. I had to fix my ring light. It was yellow for some reason. But yeah. So where did we leave off? We left off. Oh, right. The Dueling Club. I have a feeling I'm just going to take over chapter 1, the first chapter for today. Let Doodle chill a little bit. How is everybody doing? Putting my phone on vibrate. There we go. So that way my notifications don't bother anybody. We have new emotes. for... So we have tier 3, tier 2, and a new follower emote. Bloop. There they go. Is this not working? Oh well. Discard the changes. Poor Doodle. Every time we start a book club, we get like 2 or 3 episodes in and he ends up sick. I feel so bad. I'm hoping that the Discord is up loud enough that people can hear it. Mute all that. Doodle, come back to us. Doodle. If you hear gurgling and pipe rattling, it is not the ghost of Christmas past. It is, in fact, my radiator. Heat starts to kick on, and my radiator is old as dirt. So, therefore, it makes a lot of noise. Nothing I can do about it. So it does sound like the ghost of Christmas past. It's just rattling chains throughout my whole friggin' apartment. Doodle's over there making gross faces about his cough syrup. I know it. Beep 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 a doo. Boop 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 a doo. Hands are super dry, and since I'm going to be handling paper, I might as well moisturize because to get drier. La, 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 la. So this is going to be a tamer book club, but the fun is always in the discussions and how weird and twisted we can get those to go. So let's see how dark and twisty we can get Doodle today. That is the goal. Ooh. Doodle, come back! I think we lost him forever, guys. I hate how my glasses reflect the green screen. They make my eyeballs all glitchy. But I can't see the book without it. What do we got here? In So I have added 3 new points redemptions. So there is one, it is a sound alert. One is a mod poll. If I have a mod available, they will put up a poll. And the other one is no cursing, and it is a 5-minute timer, which we all know is difficult for me because I swear like a trucker. And then of course there's the demon, my arch nemesis, the hydrate button. Because apparently, caffeinated beverages don't count as hydration. But I beg to differ because there's water in them. So, there's that. It snowed for the first time today, which means winter is approaching, and I reject it wholly because it is slush season. And what does slush season equal? Cassie falling on her butt as she walks out the door and just biting the pavement multiple times in the next, 5 months. December, January, February, March, 4 months. Ooh. Doodle, come back to us. We've lost him forever. So everybody in Doodle's chat, how is everybody doing? I am watching his chat so I can see what's happening.
Hello. I'm so sorry. Hello.
Doodle, you are back. I thought you died. I was so scared.
I kind of died a little bit. I couldn't find the medicine for a second, and I was like, oh no!
I'm talking about the weather. I'm talking about how it's slush season. I'm gonna bite the pavement 4 or 5 times this winter.
And
Like,
again,
good
I am
lord.
so sorry.
It's okay. I have water for my hydrate because apparently beverages with caffeine in them don't equal hydration.
And I got some water now too as well. Everybody can
Excellent.
guess what flavor my water is.
Ghost flavored.
No. Ew. No. Why would I drink myself? That's disgusting.
I
That's
don't know.
racist.
Peach?
Classic has gotten it wrong.
That's okay. I don't know
It's
what you.
blue raspberry.
Ooh, blue raspberry.
So a fitness person recommended the Starburst blue raspberry flavor as a flavor mix in because it's like sugar free and stuff.
Is
And
it
oh, it's so good.
delicious?
It is really good.
So I was also telling them that while the voices may be gone, the discussions are where the entertainment truly lies.
Truly.
Truly.
Although the voices didn't hurt.
They do not hurt. However, 5 is the magic number for squirrel, and you know,
Harry Potter the flag.
Harry Potter the flag, Hagrid's a member
And
of the mafia. This is where the entertainment truly lies.
Dobby's sock. Ah.
Dobby's cup. You saw the TikTok I sent you. I sent it to you. I know I did.
I think yes. I haven't seen it though. I don't know. I'll have to look at it.
Oh yeah,
I'll have
you
to look
do,
at it
because
later.
it's hilarious.
Is it? I was gonna say relevant. I imagine too.
Oh, very much. It's Dobby. It's a naked one of those hairless cats dancing with a styrofoam cup, and it's that TikToker that impersonates McGonagall, all up in there like Dobby's dancing. Tits
I
out
did
for
see that. Yes, I
tits
did
out
see
for
that. Okay.
Harambe. Yeah, died. I was
I
so.
love her so much. That
Oh, so
TikToker.
do I. Uh,
The magic's in the hip, you see. It's all in the hip.
Dueling Club. That's where we left off.
Viewing club. Yep. It sent me a chapter back for some reason. I'm here now though, so
You found it. You're good. You've
I'm
located your
here.
location.
I'm living for it.
You
I'm
are
living
here.
for.
Okay. I will go so that you can chill.
Okay. Either way.
Where the dueling club? Harry woke up on Sunday morning to find the dormitory blazing with winter sunlight. I almost said starlight. And his arm reboned but very stiff.
Yes, that famous winter starlight in
Famous
Britain.
winter starlight.
It's very famous.
He sat up quickly and looked over at Colin's bed, but it had been blocked from view by the very high curtains Harry had changed behind yesterday. Seeing that he was awake, Madame Pomfrey came bustling over with the breakfast tray and then began bending and stretching his arms and fingers. All in order, she said as she clumsily fed himself porridge left-handed. When you've finished eating, you may leave. Harry dressed as quickly as he could and hurried off to Gryffindor Tower, desperate to tell Ron and Hermione about Colin and Dobby. But they weren't there. Harry left to look for them, wondering where they could have got to, and feeling slightly hurt that they weren't interested in whether he had his bones back or not. As Harry passed the library, Percy Weasley strolled out of it, looking in far better spirits than the last time they'd met. "Oh, hello, Harry," he said. "Excellent flying yesterday, really excellent. Gryffindor have just taken the lead for the House Cup. You earned 50 points."
Oh my god. Oh, Percy. Percy.
Are you okay?
Nope. I do not like Percy.
And we've decided that Percy is bad. We hate Percy. Is that what's happening?
I
Or
mean,
do we
isn't he
hate
though?
Percy like
Like,
we currently hate Jake Gyllenhaal, or do we?
I didn't realize we hated Jake Gyllenhaal, honestly.
You missed the whole Taylor Swift re-release Red this weekend, and everybody hates Jake Gyllenhaal again.
Oh my gosh.
We're all hating
Uh,
Jake Gyllenhaal. That's what we're doing. It's a thing.
I, why did she date him at some point?
Oh, there is so much backstory there. So much drama. She
Oh, I just
dated him when
remembered.
she was like 19, and he
Oh
took her V
gosh.
card,
Mm.
and it was dirty. There's a 10-minute version of a song that she released. You need to listen to it. It is crazy.
I don't know if I need to listen to it, but sure.
Yeah, just
I
it's the
as long as
words,
they
the
are
way it's clean.
as
It's
long as they
clean.
are two consenting adults, I don't care.
I know, but apparently the world hates Jake Gyllenhaal again. So do we hate
Which
Percy like
is
we hate Jake Gyllenhaal, or do we just hate Percy
no, we
because it's
hate Percy
Percy?
because of things that happen in the later books, I think,
So we're
if I remember
pre-hating Percy.
correctly.
We're getting practice in on pre-hating Percy.
We are foreshadow hating Percy because we're
Foreshadow
starting to
hitting.
see well, think about it. Like he's like, "Oh, good job flying yesterday. Like,
Heaven
how's your
forbid
arm?
you lost all the bones in your arm, you know.
Like how are you feeling, Harry? How are you doing? I heard you had a rough night in the hospital. Are you okay? Ron and Hermione have been worried sick about you." Nope, none of that. He's just like, "Hey, nice job. We're in the lead.
I
See
may
ya."
actually be important. Have a nice day.
My
As
entire
he
personality
polishes his
is based
prefig
upon
nipple tassels.
honestly.
Uh, you haven't seen
Oh,
Ron and
prefect.
Hermione, have you? Calm down, said Harry. I'm gonna cut you off cough syrup soon. No, I haven't, said Percy, the smile fading. I hope Ron's not in another girl's toilet. Harry forced a laugh, watched Percy
Let
out of
Ron
sight.
live his life.
What?
Let Ron live his life.
He wants to go into the girls' bathroom because that's where he feels more comfortable.
That's where he feels safe.
Then
Like
let
that one
him be
episode of
him.
South Park where he was
Damn it.
Lord.
Like, damn it.
Disclaimer, I don't watch South Park. I know about the Lord episode because I watched an interview where Lord was talking about because I like Lord. So she was talking about the episode where they were kind of making fun of her and I was like, "Huh?"
What?
Then I found out Sia voiced the singing voice of Randy Marsh auto-tuned into Lord during the episode, and I was like, "This is taking me down a path. Whoa, okay."
A path I didn't know I needed to walk down, but here I am.
Yeah, and she does a pretty good Lord impression, Sia, honestly. It's pretty spot
Sia
on.
does a
It's really
pretty
good.
good Sia impression too if she tries hard enough.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little iffy, but she should
she's
stick to the Lord impression, I think.
she's getting there. Harry
She's
forced
getting
a little bit more practice.
she'll be a good Sia one day.
She'll be Sia-able.
I love you, Sia. You can do it.
Go Hercules. Harry
Hercules.
Hercules.
I'm not on cough syrup. I'm on Dayquil, which is specifically non-drowsy, so that is not
Well,
the
that's
cough
because we
syrup.
had
I'm
this
just
discussion 2 hours ago about whether or not it was going to be Dayquil or Nightquill, and we decided
I
that
know.
Dayquil was the better option.
Yes. Although I'm wondering if Wifey switched the labels. We'll see.
She's out there peeling labels and sticking them to other bottles. This will show him. This will show him.
Sorry. This will show him. Give me more jewelry.
Harry, Jesus Christ.
That's a quote from something else. I'm not saying that's what she would say.
Get her a
That's a quote.
Horcrux, she'll be fine. Harry
Yeah.
forced a laugh, watched Percy out of sight, and then headed straight for Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. He couldn't see why Ron and
Hope
Hermione wouldn't.
Ron's not in another girl's toilet.
And
No,
Harry's like, "Yep, that's
Harry!
right.
It's in
Off
a
I
girl's
go."
toilet. Oh, that's a reminder. She's like, oh yeah, I have to do that. Okay, Percy, we'll see you later.
See you later. Off
Well,
to the girls' bathroom
off
I
to visit
go.
your mother.
He couldn't see why Ron and Hermione would be in there again. After making sure that neither Filch nor any prefects were around, he opened the door and heard their voices coming from a locked cubicle. "It's me," he said, closing the door behind him. There was a clunk, a splash, and a gasp from within the cubicle. And he saw Hermione's eye peering through the keyhole. "Harry," she said, "you gave us such a fright. Come in. How's your arm?" "Fine," said Harry, squeezing into the cubicle. An old cauldron was perched on the toilet, and crackling from under the rim told Harry that there had been a fire lit beneath it. The toilet's on fire. Conjuring up
They-
portable, waterproof fires was a specialty of Hermione's.
yep, that's what she does. That's what she's good for in the
That's right.
books.
Go,
You need
go,
a fire.
gadget.
You need a fire. Awesome. You need one that won't get doused with water. I know a girl. You need a fire that can be picked up.
I got
I
you.
got somebody.
I got
You
you.
need all three? Oh boy, you better call Hermione.
Do I know? I got a guy. It's fine.
Do you need an Fire? Just call up HE Hermione.
Jesus Christ. Doodle, you okay?
Oh, I'm actually better.
Do we need to?
1-800. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It's 1-800 Mudblood.
Oh no! Please don't tell me
Hermione's like,
that.
I hate the phone number. Thumbs up.
Oh, jeez. We can do this. God, we can do this.
Can't we?
I don't. This today's not looking good.
This is the last of the comedy books. We gotta. I realize that we gotta yuck it up while we can.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a turn all things. No,
All of them into comedies.
I have no problem.
They just turned into dark comedies. Well, Dumbledore's dead. Spoilers for book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sirius
Spoiler for
falls.
book 1,
Sirius
Dumbledore's
dies.
dead.
I'll never let go, Jack. I'll never let go.
Oh no!
He
Our
let go.
Sirius! It's
He's
broken!
Doodle, stop.
How are you on TikTok but you weren't on Vine?
Because I'm old.
Okay. If anything, that would mean you were on Vine and not TikTok. Never mind.
Don't judge me.
Judging, but it's fine. I love you still. Um,
we'd have come to meet you, but we decided to get started on the Polyjuice potion. Ron explained as Harry, with difficulty, locked the cubicle again. We decided this was the safest place to hide it. Harry started to tell them about Colin, but Hermione interrupted. "We already know. We heard Professor McGonagall telling Professor Flitwick this morning. That's why we decided we better get going. The sooner we get a confession out of Malfoy, the better," snarled Ron. "You know what I think? He was in such a foul temper after the Quidditch match he took it out on Colin." "There's something else," said Harry, watching Hermione tearing bundles of knotgrass and throwing them into the potion. "Dobby came to visit me in the middle of the night." Ron and Hermione looked up, amazed. Harry told them everything Dobby had told him, or hadn't told them, and Ron and Hermione listened with their mouths open. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened before?" said Hermione. "This settles it," said Ron in a triumphant voice. "Lucius Malfoy must have opened the chamber when he was at school here, and now he's told dear old Draco how to do it. It's obvious. Wish Dobby had told you what kind of monster's in there. Though I want to know how come nobody's noticed it sneaking around the school."
and this is the start of a trend that we call Ron is wrong.
Ron
Ron
doesn't know
is
what's going on.
always wrong in the books. Even when he thinks he's got a lid on it, he's like, "Oh, this has to be this.
I've got this. And then,
I've
they
got
figure it
this."
out and it's like 900 miles
900
off to the
times
left.
wrong.
And he's like, well, it was close. No,
I
no,
mean,
you
it
weren't.
started in book 1, obviously, but during that time, it wasn't a precedent yet. Book 2 is when it was like, "Okay, now it's a pattern."
Right.
Ron is never right in any of the books. So
Ever.
you know whenever he starts getting like, okay, it's got to be this, then it's like, well, we know how this book ends now. Thanks
You
for
know,
that,
to be
JK.
fair, the only Weasley that's ever right about anything is Ginny.
Yeah, that's true.
The
Fred
brothers
and
have
George
no
don't
idea what's going on. Fred and George
Fred
don't
and
care
George
enough.
don't participate in the adventures. They just kind of are making their own little business. Uh Percy is
He's got his prefect nipple tassels that he constantly polishes as he walks through the
Percy is
halls.
prefect sexual, so he's kind of got his own stuff going on
Identify
here.
as a prefect. My
What are your
pronouns
pronouns?
are douche and bag. My
Prefect. No. My pronouns are head boy. What's in your pants? My badge.
You can't identify that. You have to identify with what's in your pants. And he pulls out a spoon.
No, he pulls out the house cup.
Oh, God.
And this is part of the reason we don't like Percy. His personality entirely revolves around Hogwarts. I'm the best, guys.
And then he graduates, and it's like, Minister, I'm the best. Pet me, sir.
Please pet me, Minister. No, you're right. Voldemort isn't back. You're absolutely right, Minister.
Do I get a cookie now? Minister says over here, like, down, Percy, down.
He sits on the floor. Not because the minister tells him to, he just feels right there.
He's just, right. Like one
That
of those
just
guard
feels
dogs next to the
natural.
minister. The guard dog's talking and just doing this with Percy's head. Yes, a
I
good
can't
boy.
I can't even imagine a guard dog. Percy or the minister is like a Labrador retriever, just totally dopey, but absolutely loyal. Just, not a fun Labrador retriever, like a really like
Dumb
a
one.
Labrador an evil Labrador retriever that
Oh,
everybody
dear.
hates.
Oh,
He won't
God.
attack anybody, but he's just got bad juju in his veins.
Okay, where was I? Or maybe it can
Uh,
disguise itself, pretend to be a suit of armor or something. I've read about chameleon ghosts. Ghouls.
ooh.
You read too much, Hermione, said Ron, pouring dead lace wings on top of the leeches. He crumpled up the empty lacewing bag and looked around at Harry. So, Dobby stopped us getting to the train and broke your arm. You know what, Harry? If he doesn't stop trying to save your life, he's going to kill you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The
Thank you,
news,
Ron. That's one thing you got right.
right? If he doesn't stop trying to save you, he's gonna freaking kill you. The news
Uh,
that
so
Colin
okay,
Creevy.
sorry, I'm just want to give you. I guess we should clarify the Ron rule. If Ron guesses at an important plot point, he's wrong. There are smaller things where he manages to get it, but if it's integral to the story,
He's wrong.
he's wrong. Anyways, okay,
Just
sorry. It's an important rule to clarify.
it is. It is an important rule to clarify. When Ron is wrong and when he is not.
I should make a little alarm for that on my stream that like flashes a graphic like woo
You just hit.
Ron alert.
You hit
Ron
space
alert.
bar and this big red siren comes up. Ron is wrong. Ron is wrong.
It plays like The Price is Right music. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Confetti.
Come on down to the Ron is clueless.
Book three. Book three. That's the goal for book three. Get that going.
This is book 2.
This is book two.
I don't fucking know.
Time does not exist.
No. The news that Colin Creevy had been attacked and was now laying as though dead in the hospital wing had spread through the entire school by Monday morning. The air was suddenly thick with rumor and speculation. Or suspicion. Speculation, too.
It works.
It works. They're interchangeable. The first years were now moving around the castle in tight-knit groups as though scared they would be attacked if they ventured forth alone.
Oh,
Oh, I just see all these tiny
that
little...
actually is kind of sad.
They're all huddled together like in that one little light in Among Us when the lights go off and you can only see what's around you and everybody who's done their task just kind of crowds in like, save me.
Well, and it's like imagine too, like you're so excited. This is your first year of going to this amazing school that all your older siblings have gone to, and you get there and it's like, oh, by the way, the cat's dead, this kid's dead. there's blood writing on the walls that won't go away, so have fun.
Happy Christmas!
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas! Oh, Jesus.
Merry Christmas. Christmas.
You're
Merry
the...
Crisis. Merry Chrysler.
Merry Crisis is right. These... I have words. But anyway, Ginny Weasley, who sat next to Colin Creevey in Charms, was distraught. But Harry felt that Fred and George were going the wrong way about cheering her up. They were taking it in turns to cover themselves with fur or boils and jump out at her from behind statues. They only stopped when Percy...
Apoplectic with rage. I think that's my favorite thing that has ever been written so far. Apoplectic with rage.
You realize
Well, Percy,
these books were written for children,
I know.
right? And a child is gonna have to like...
British children, they're smart.
No, much smarter than me.
Well, yeah.
That's the thing.
The children.
Doesn't
Oh,
take much,
apoplectic. I know what that means.
right? And there's me going, I'm not even gonna try. We're just gonna pretend that word's not there.
We're just gonna pretend that word doesn't exist.
that's how that's how I do it, because I'm not smart.
Exactly.
With rage, and told them he was going to write to Mrs. Weasley and tell her Ginny was having nightmares. Meanwhile, hidden from the teachers, a roaring trade in talismans, amulets, and other protective devices was sweeping the school. Neville Longbottom bought a large, evil-smelling green onion, a pointed purple crystal, and a rotting newt tail before the other Gryffindor boys pointed out that he was in no danger. He was a pureblood and therefore unlikely to be attacked. Poor fucking Neville.
No.
It's like,
Neville's like,
I'm
you
gonna,
think
I'm
I
a mudblood,
care?
I'm gonna get it! Dude, your parents are both wizards. Right.
Do you think Neville, like, everyone, no, it's like, Neville, you're pure blood. You don't have to do this. Do you think I care? Bad crap happens to me all the time. They're going to be like, Neville Longbottom. Oh, yep, is
It's gonna
mixed
be
blood.
another chandelier, I know it.
It's going to be, they're pixies. I know they're pixies. It's the pixies. They're going to get me. Also, evil smelling green onion. Please, I think evil smells like lemons according to SpongeBob, so a lemon smelling green onion.
Sure. They went for filch
Also,
first, Neville said, his round face fearful. Everyone knows I'm almost a squib.
oh, Neville, you're just bad at magic. You're not a squib.
You're just bad. You
You
know?
just suck at it. Wouldn't that be funny if he was comforted by that? Oh, Neville, you're not a squib. You just really suck.
You're
Oh,
not a
good.
squib, you're just dumb. It's fine.
You're just terrible. You're awful at everything to do with academia. You're fine. You're gonna grow up to be hot. No one's gonna care.
Dude, that you wick, you wick and swish. No, flick and swish. That you wick and swish, not flick and swish. No one's gonna care.
He's looking flish.
Today is the day where Class Seeks English fails her spectacularly.
Oh, please. It has been. We have both failed English art
Oh.
classes. Now, yes. Help.
Give up.
I can't.
Oh, now we're getting to Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas. In the second week of December, Professor McGonagall came around as usual, collecting names of those who would be staying at school for Christmas. Harry, Ron, and Hermione signed her list, and they heard that Malfoy was staying, which struck them as very suspicious. The holidays would be the perfect time to use the Polyjuice potion and try to worm a confession out of him. Unfortunately, the Polyjuice was only half finished. They still needed the bicorn horn and the boom slang skin, and the only place they were going to get them was from Snape's private stores. Harry privately felt he'd rather face Slytherin's legendary monster than have Snape catch him robbing his office. What we need, said Hermione briskly, as Thursday afternoon's double potion lesson loomed nearer, is a diversion. So one of us can sneak into Snape's office and take what we need. Ron and Hermione looked at her nervously. I think I'd better do the actual stealing, Hermione continued. And a matter of fact, you two will be expelled if you get in any more trouble, and I've got a clean record. So all you need to do is cause enough mayhem to keep Snape busy for 5 minutes or so. Harry smiled feebly. Deliberately causing mayhem in Snape's potions class was about as safe as poking a sleeping dragon in the eye. Potions lessons took place in one of the large dungeons. Thursday afternoon's lesson proceeded as usual. 20 cauldrons stood steaming between the wooden desks on which stood brass scales and jars of ingredients. Snape prowled through the fumes, making waspish wash holy shit waspish remarks about the Gryffindor work while the Slytherin sniggered. Oh my god.
Alliteration sucks.
Ah.
Just kidding. I love you. Alliteration. It's really good. Like,
Right? Appreciatively. There is the word. I looked at it, I could see it, I could hear it, I couldn't make the sounds.
it's okay. It's okay. You're
Draco
doing great.
Malfoy, who was Snape's favorite student, kept flicking pufferfish eyes at Ron and Harry, who knew that if they retaliated, would get detention faster than you could say unfair. Harry's swelling solution was far too runny, but he had his mind on more important things. He was waiting for Hermione's signal. He hardly listened to Snape as he paused to sneer at his watery potion. Then Snape turned and walked off to bully Neville.
Neville.
Poor Neville! Hermione caught Harry's eye and nodded. Harry ducked swiftly down behind his cauldron, pulled one of Fred's filibuster fireworks out of his pocket, and gave it a quick prod with his wand. The
Sorry.
firework began to fizz and sputter. Knowing he had only seconds, Harry straightened up, took aim, and lobbed it into the air, landing right on target in Goyle's cauldron. Goyle's potion exploded, showering the whole class. People shrieked as splashes of swelling solution hit them. Malfoy got a face full and his nose began to swell like a balloon. Goyle blundered around, hands over his eyes, which had expanded to the size of dinner plates. While Snape was trying to restore calm and find out what had happened, through the confusion, Harry saw Hermione slip quietly out the door. Silence! Silence! Snape roared. Anyone who has been splashed, come here for a deflating draw. I just see all these inflated kids popping in front of the classroom like crack
We will
up.
swabble, but they don't fall down.
Girl's like, I can't think. Uncover your eyes, but they're big. You should see better.
I can't see. I can see everything.
I can see smells.
Why do my nostrils whisper to me?
Anyone who has been splashed come here for a deflating draft. When I find out who did this, Harry tried not to laugh as he watched Malfoy hurry forward, his head drooping with the weight of his nose like a small melon.
Oh
As half the
gosh.
class lumbered up the Snape's desk, some weighted down with arms like clubs, others unable to talk through gigantic puffed lips, Harry saw Hermione slide back into the dungeon, the front of her robes bulging. When everyone had taken a swig of the antidote and various swellings had subsided, Snape swept over to Goyle's cauldron and scooped out the twisted black remains of the firework. There was a sudden hush. If I ever find out who threw this, Snape whispered, I shall make sure that person is expelled. Harry arranged his face into what he hoped was a puzzled expression. Snape was looking right at him, and the bell which rang 10 minutes later could not have been more welcome. Oh, he knew it was me, Harry told Ron and Hermione as they hurried back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I could tell. Hermione
Oh
threw the new ingredients into the cauldron and began to stir feverishly. It'll be ready in a fortnight, she said happily. Snape, can't prove it was you, said Ron, reassuring to Harry. I can just picture poor Ron trying not to die laughing in this girl's bathroom.
no.
What can he do? Knowing Snape, something foul, said Harry as the potion frothed and bubbled. A week later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were walking across the entrance hall when they saw a small knot of people gathered around the notice board, reading a piece of parchment that had been pinned up. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas beckoned them over, looking excited. They're starting a dueling club, said Seamus. First meeting tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons. They might come in handy one of these days. What, you reckon Slytherin's monster can duel? Said Ron, but he, too, read the sign with interest. Could be useful, he said to Harry and Hermione as they went into dinner. Shall we go? Harry and Hermione were all for it. So at 8 o'clock in the evening they hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished, and a golden stage had appeared along one wall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling was velvety black once more. and most of the school seemed to be packed beneath it, all carrying their wands and looking excited. I wonder who'll be teaching us, said Hermione, as they edged into the chattering crowd. Someone told me Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it'll be him.
Oh
As long as
no.
it's not, Harry began, but he ended with a groan. Gilderoy Lockhart was walking onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum, and accompanied by none other than Snape, wearing his usual black. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, gather round, gather round. Can everybody see me? Can you all
Can
hear
you all
me?
hear me? I love how he
Excellent.
delivers it. Sorry, just the way he delivers it in the movie.
Yeah.
Can everybody see me? Can everyone hear me? Like that's an afterthought.
As long as you
You
can
don't have
see how glorious I am. Who cares if you can
look
hear what
at
I'm
my.
saying? I am the
I
glory.
I was the fifth highest wizard in the most amazing smiles according to Witches Weekly.
Or some bullshit that involves his face hole.
I love him. I hate him, but I love him.
Oh, he's easy to do both too, I suppose.
I know. He's a lovable idiot, and in the end, he didn't really hurt anybody except for, well, you'll see.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Oh my god. Excellent.
Now, Professor
Professor Dumbledore
Dumbledore.
has granted me permission to. Did you want to take over with Lockhart? You sound like you're
Let me.
sad that you're not
Sorry,
doing it.
I thought I was muted. Let me give it a try. Let me just see.
Okay.
We'll see how I feel. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, please see my published works. Now, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape.
Said Lockhart, finishing a wide smile.
He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself, and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. Don't worry, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him. Never fear.
Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off? Ron muttered in Harry's ear. Snape's upper lip was curling. Harry wondered why Lockhart was still smiling. If Snape had been looking at him like that, he'd have been running as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other, bowed, at least. Bowed. At least Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Snape jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them.
As you can see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position.
Lockhart said to the silent crowd.
On the count of three, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course.
I wouldn't bet on that, Harry murmured, watching Snape baring his teeth. One.
One, two, a three.
Both of them swung their wands up over their shoulders. Snape cried, Expelliarmus! There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backwards off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down to sprawl on the floor. Malfoy and some of the other Slytherins cheered. Hermione was dancing on tiptoes. Do you think he's all right? She squealed through fingers. Who cares? Said Harry and Ron together. Lockhart
Accurate.
was getting unsteadily to his feet. His hat had fallen off and his wavy hair was standing on end.
Well, there you have it. Oh,
He said, tottering back onto the platform.
that was a disarming charm. Yes, as you see, and I've lost my Thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent way to show them that, Professor Snape. But if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. Yes. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see.
Snape was looking murderous. Possibly Lockhart had noticed because he said,
Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Is Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me.
They moved through the crowd, matching up partners. Lockhart teamed Neville with Justin Fletchley, and Snape reached Harry and Ron first. Time to split up the dream team, I think, he sneered. Weasley, you can partner Finnegan. Potter. Harry moved automatically towards Hermione. I don't think so, said Snape, smiling coldly. Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. And you, Miss Granger, you can partner Miss Bulstrode. Malfoy strutted over, smirking. Behind him walked a Slytherin girl who reminded Harry of a picture he'd seen in Holidays with Hags. Poor girl. She was large and square, and her heavy jaw jutted aggressively. Hermione gave her a weak smile, which she did not return. Face your partners. Oh, sorry.
How dare you step on my toes?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You sounded so sad. I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Face your partners
Called Lockhart back on the platform.
and bow.
Harry and Malfoy barely inclined their heads, not taking their eyes off each other.
Wands at the ready.
Shouted Lockhart.
When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponent, only to disarm them. Yes, we don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3.
Harry swung his wand over his head, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard as though he'd been hit over the head with a saucepan. He stumbled, but everything still seemed to be working, and wasting no more time, Harry pointed his wand straight at Malfoy and shouted, Ricto Sempra! A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled up, wheezing.
I said disarm only.
Shouted Lockhart. Lockhart shouted in alarm over the heads of the battling crowd as Malfoy sank to his knees. Harry had hit him with a tickling charm, and he could barely move for laughing. Harry hung back with a vague feeling that it would be unsporting to bewitch Malfoy while he was on the floor. But this was a mistake. Gasping for breath, Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's knees and choked. Oh my god.
Tarantalegra.
Tantalegra. Okay, we'll go with that.
Tarantalegra.
Tantalegra. And the next second, Harry's legs had begun to jerk around out of control. It's kind of quick step.
Stop! Stop!
Screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge. Finite incantatem, he shouted. Harry's feet stopped dancing, Malfoy stopped laughing, and they were able to look up. A haze of greenish smoke was hovering over the scene. Both Neville and Justin were lying on the floor panting. Ron was holding up an ashen-faced Seamus, apologizing for whatever his broken wand had done. But Hermione and Millicent Bulstrode were still moving. Millicent had Hermione in a headlock, and Hermione was whimpering in pain. Both their
You know
wands
what?
lay forgotten on the floor. Harry
No,
leapt.
Millicent's a jerk.
She is. Harry leapt forward and pulled Millicent off. It was difficult. She was a lot bigger than he was,
Dear,
said Lockhart, skittering through the crowd, looking at the aftermath of the duels.
Up you go, Macmillan. Careful there, Miss Fawcett. Pinch it hard; it'll stop bleeding in a second boot. I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells.
Said Lockhart, standing flustered in the midst of the hall. He glanced at Snape, whose black eyes glinted, and looked quickly away.
Let's have a volunteer pair. Linger longer and flatulence. How about you? I'm not giving up on the thought that Lockhart never bothered to learn their names at all for that whole
Kind
year.
of like Professor Binns, just never bothered.
Exactly. I mean, Professor Bidens did it, and I was like, no, that's a Lockhart move. That is absolutely a Lockhart move.
Right?
Like, so obsessed with himself that he's never once like actually remembered a name, except for famous people.
Except for famous people who can benefit him.
Yeah.
A bad idea, Professor Lockhart, said Snape, gliding over a large and malevolent. Gliding over like a large and malevolent bat.
Bleh.
Blah, blah.
Long about them. Causes devastation with the simplest spells. Sorry.
One matchstick What?
One misspell.
We can do this. We're
The count
adults.
won't count as Snape. Severus Snape.
Yes, I'm here
Well, I
for
mean,
it.
Alan Rickman can't play the part anymore, and they might do a television remake. So who else is gonna play other than an actual vampire?
Everyone else is human actors. They just bring in Count Von Count.
They just bring a Muppet.
Lockhart. Lockhart is Beaker.
Muppets Harry Potter has to be a thing now. Oh my
Hagrid is
gosh.
Swedish Chef.
No,
Clear.
Swedish Chef is Lockhart.
Yes. Yes.
Or a potions master. He could be Snape too. Cause like
Either way,
potions master, but
I'm
totally.
here for it. A Muppets remake of Harry Potter, please.
The arm to bindi bindi,
The arms and bindi bindi.
bindi bendy.
It did
Oh,
doodle.
to herma al dente. Eaten in the emergency in the peony pasta. Oh. Make
I am.
sure to write that down. Swedish chef mode is now a thing. Okay.
Because that's gonna be glorious. I am totally here for Swedish Chef mode.
Okay. Good.
Oh my god. He is my favorite Muppet.
He's mine too, so you'll probably have to take advantage of that.
Oh god. Everything's fine. I'm just picturing Lockhart. I can't even anymore because I'm just replaying all of Lockhart's stuff in my head as the Swedish Chef. It's not good!
No,
Guys, it's
it's
not good!
amazing.
I need an add up.
All the human actors are fawning over this derpy Muppet.
And McGonagall's the only one who realizes he's a freaking Muppet and is just staring at everyone going, are you fucking dumb?
No, they have cast Dame Maggie Smith playing not McGonagall, but just playing Dame Maggie Smith. That's just kind of been like injected into the scenes, and she's
And
like,
she's just watching
"What?
going,
What am I doing here? What is
why?
happening? Hello?"
Dame Maggie Smith as the Dowager Countess from Downton Abbey in Harry Potter going,
Downton Abbey.
the hell is happening?
I would actually love to see her like come in to see like the Dowager Countess, and then she'd be like, "Oh, wrong movie," and like walk out, and like
Just
1 second
on
later
scene.
walk back
That's it.
in.
Just do.
It's a Muppet.
Why am I here?
Who are you? Where's the Grantham?
What is happening?
Where's Lord Grantham? That's the only one I know. It's just Dame Maggie Smith, like, accidentally getting into the wrong costume for all the movies she's ever been in. Just like,
God, she
this is
shows up.
confusing. I can never tell.
I don't know what's happening.
She's like, I can never tell what you Muppets are parodying today. Just hold on. And then Kermit comes in like, well, we're in a castle. Do you know how many movies I've done that have been in castles? 12, at least.
Bad idea, Professor Lockhart, said Snape, gliding over
That's what we're reading.
a large malevolent bat. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Fletchley to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Neville's round pink face went pinker. How about Malfoy and Potter? Said Snape with a twisted smile.
Oh, excellent idea.
Said Lockhart, gesturing Harry and Malfoy into the middle of the hall as the crowd backed away to give them room.
Now, Harry,
Said Lockhart.
when Ding Dong points his wand at you, you do this.
He raised his own wand, attempted a complicated sort of wiggling action, and dropped it. Snape smirked as Lockhart quickly picked it up, saying, whoops, my wand is a little overexcited. I had to read it, I'm sorry. I love
Lockhart,
that line.
calm down. Calm down, boy.
Down, wand, down.
Oh, dear.
Oh my god, that would have been a bad sentence to
That would
say.
have been a bad sentence to say in the movie. My wand is a little
I'm going to say it
overexcited.
anyway as Lockhart
Winks at
strokes
one of
his
the
wand.
Yeah.
I had to. It was in my
Staring at one of the
there.
female professors, like, sorry, my wand is a little overexcited. And she's like, ew. And she's
Gross.
like, is it also short and underperforms?
Don't
Takes a
threaten me
sip
with
of
a
her tea,
mediocre
walks
time
off.
that's going to leave us both disappointed.
Much like dueling, I'm afraid nothing's happening.
Much like dueling, I'm afraid it's just you standing there wiggling. Um,
Much like dueling, I'm afraid there are no sparks flying.
none. Zero. Oh, God. Okay.
Luke in my chat says, Harry's like, hey yo, Lockhart,
I had this
my
is
dude,
inappropriate. Put it
this
away.
is this is bedtime.
Bad time for this.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna die. Snape moved closer to Malfoy, bent down, and whispered something in his ear. Malfoy smirked too. Harry looked nervously up at Lockhart and said, Professor, could you show me that blocking thing again? Scared, muttered Malfoy so that Lockhart couldn't hear him. You wish, said Harry out of the corner of his mouth. Lockhart cuffed Harry merrily on the shoulder.
Just do what I say, Harry. Ow. Wait, the next line.
What?
Just do what I did, Harry.
What, drop my wand? For Hogwarts?
Ah,
But Lockhart wasn't listening.
3, 2, 1,
Malfoy
and
raised his wand
go.
quickly and bellowed. All I hear is this fucking chef in my head.
Am I gonna have to do that from now on? Like interchange? A
Oh,
3, a 2, a
and
1,
one.
a
What?
Gursky.
The two, the one to go.
And a Gursky.
The Bursky.
Oh, oh.
Serpent The end of the wand exploded. Harry watched aghast as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself ready to strike. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, clearing the floor. Don't move, Potter, said Snape lazily, clearly enjoying the sight of Harry standing motionless, eye to eye with an angry snake. I'll get rid of it.
Under me.
I almost spit out my drink. Oh,
Perky, 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 perky,
Um,
perky, perky, perky,
the clear. Um,
clear
the cheesy curds and the poutine, the cheesy curds, the
the
clear.
protein.
You'd be surprised how many times we've had to do that since we got here. Um,
Swedish chef just passing out constantly. Clear.
okay, hold on.
Well, now I'm
Okay.
not going to tell you what Lockhart I'm going to do until I get to a line. Then you're just going to have to be pleasantly surprised.
Oh God, this is what we've devolved into.
Yep.
I'll get rid of it. Allow me, shouted Lockhart. You already did that one. He brandished his wand at the snake, and there was a loud bang. The snake, instead of vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back onto the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight towards Justin Fitch-Fletchley and raised itself again, fangs exposed, prepared to strike. Harry wasn't sure what made him do it. He wasn't even aware of deciding to do it. All he knew is that his legs were carrying him forward as though he was on casters as he shouted stupidly to the snake, "Leave him!" And miraculously, inexplicably, the snake slumped to the floor, docile as a thick black garden hose, its eyes now on Harry. Harry felt the fear drain out of him. He knew the snake wouldn't attack anyone now, though how he knew it, he couldn't have explained. He looked up at Justin, grinning, expecting to see Justin looking relieved or puzzled or even grateful, but certainly not angry and scared. What do you think you're playing at? He shouted before Harry could say anything. Justin had turned and stormed out of the hall. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand, and the snake vanished in a small puff of black smoke. Snape, too, was looking at Harry in an unexpected way. It was a shrewd and calculating look, and Harry didn't like it. He was also dimly aware of the ominous mutterings around the walls. He felt a tugging on the back of his robes. "Come on," said Ron's voice in his ears. "Move. Come on." Ron steered him out of the hall, Hermione hurrying alongside them. As they went through the doors, the people on either side drew away as though they were frightened of catching something. Harry didn't have a clue what was going on, and neither Ron nor Hermione had explained anything until they had dragged him all the way up to the Gryffindor common room. Then Ron pushed Harry into an armchair and said, "You're a parcel mouth? Why didn't you tell us?" "I'm a what?" said Harry. "A parcel mouth," said Ron. "You can talk to snakes."
I just realized this is like a sad version of the "You're a wizard, Harry" conversation.
You're a hairy wizard.
You're a Harry wizard. What's your problem, man? Harry's like sitting like, "You're a parcel mouth." I'm a what? A parcel mouth. You can talk. Just
Yeah.
I've had this conversation before.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
Stop.
this is
Freeze.
familiar.
Rewind 2 years. I've done this before. I know, said Harry. I mean, that's only the second time I've ever done it. I accidentally set a boa constrictor on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once. Long story, but it was telling me it had never been to Brazil, and I sort of set it free without meaning to. That was before I knew I was a wizard. A boa constrictor told you it had never seen Brazil? Ron repeated faintly. So, said Harry, I bet loads of people here can do it. No. Oh no, they can't, said Ron. It's not a very common gift, Harry. This is bad. What's bad? Said Harry, starting to feel quite angry. What's wrong with everyone? Listen, if I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin. Oh, that's what you said to it. What do you mean? You were there. You heard me. I heard you speaking parcel tongue, said Ron. Snake language? You could have been saying anything. No wonder Justin panicked. You sounded like you were egging the snake on or something. It was creepy, you know. Harry gaped at him. I spoke a different language, but I didn't realize. How can I speak a language without knowing I can speak it? Ron shook his head. Both he and Hermione were looking as though someone had died. Harry couldn't see what was so terrible. Do you want me to tell you what's wrong with stopping a dirty great snake biting Justin's head off? He said. What does it matter how I did it as long as Justin doesn't have to join the headless hunt? It matters, said Hermione, speaking at last in a hushed voice, because being able to speak to snakes was what Salazar Slytherin was famous for. That's why the symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent. Harry's mouth fell open. Exactly, said Ron. Now the whole school is going to think you're his great grandson or something. But I'm not, said Harry with a panic he couldn't quite explain. You'll find that hard to prove, said Hermione. He lived about 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be.
That's why you do your family history, folks.
I was gonna plug a website, but then realize that might be considered advertising. Let's not do that.
I'll do it. Ancestry is a free trial.
You can find out if you're Slytherin's ancestor.
You
Go
can
for
find
it.
out. 23andMe. Here we go.
Oh God. Just imagine, why are you signing up for 23andMe? I need to find out if I belong to Salazar Slytherin's family tree. That's the just do it.
Honestly, actually, why didn't they? Wizards. DNA testing. No, I guess DNA testing wasn't huge in the 80s, but it was
This
becoming
is the
emergent.
90s,
Oh, this is the 90s now?
I
Oh,
believe.
DNA testing was a thing then.
It wasn't as big of a thing, but yeah, it was a thing.
Like, that would have been so easy. Like, oh, you have to figure out who the heir of Slytherin is? Well, here we go.
It's taken us an hour to get through a chapter. We are the
I
greatest
know.
people ever. Harry lay awake for hours that night. Through a gap in the hangings around his four-poster, he watched snow starting
Mhm.
to drift past the tower window and wondered, could he be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin? He didn't know anything about his father's family, after all. The Dursleys had always forbidden questions about his wizarding relatives. Quietly, Harry tried to say something in Parseltongue. The words wouldn't come. It seemed he had to be face to face with the snake to do it. But I'm in Gryffindor, Harry thought. The sorting hat would have put me in there if I had Slytherin blood. Ah, said a nasty voice in his brain. But the sorting hat wanted to put you in Slytherin. Don't you remember? Harry turned over. He'd see Justin the next day in herbology, and he'd explain that he'd been calling the snake off, not egging it on, which, he thought angrily, pummeling his pillow, any fool should have realized. By the next morning, however, the snow that had begun in the night had turned into a blizzard so thick that the last herbology lesson of the term was cancelled.
No.
Professor Sprout wanted to fit socks and scarves onto the mandrakes, a tricky operation she would entrust to no one else. Now, that was so important for the mandrakes to grow quickly and revive Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevy. Holy shit, I cannot English.
It's
Harry
okay.
fretted about his... we'll be fine.
We'll make it through here.
For heaven's sake, Harry, said Hermione, exasperated. I almost said a bad word. As one of Ron's bishops wrestled her knight off his horse and dragged him off the board. Go and find Justin if it's so important to you. So Harry got up and left through the portrait hole, wondering where Justin might be. The castle was darker than it usually was in the daytime because of the thick, swirling gray snow at every window. Shivering, Harry walked past classrooms where lessons were taking place, catching snatches of what was happening within. Professor McGonagall was shouting at someone who, by the sound of it, had turned his friend into a badger. Resisting the urge to take a look, Harry walked on by. Thinking that Justin might be using his free period to catch up on some work, he decided to check the library first. A group of Hufflepuffs who should have been in herbology were, indeed, sitting in the back of the library, but they didn't seem to be working. Between the long lines of high bookshelves, Harry could see that their heads were close together. They were having what looked like an absorbing conversation. He couldn't see whether Justin was among them. He was walking towards them when something of what they were saying met his ears, and he paused to listen, hidden in the invisibility section. Conveniently.
Hidden in the invisibility section.
So, anyway, the stout boy was saying, I just told Justin to hide up in our dormitory. I mean, to say if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best he keeps a low profile for a while. Of course, Justin's been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let slip to Potter he was Muggle-born. Justin actually told him he'd been down for Eton. That's not the kind of thing you bandy about with Slytherin's heir on the loose, is it? You definitely think it is Potter, then? Said Ernie. Then Ernie, said a girl with blonde pigtails anxiously. Hannah, said the stout boy solemnly. He's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows it's the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. There was some heavy murmuring. Stop it.
His name's Ernie.
Ernie?
His name is Ernie.
Oh, where's Bert?
He's talking.
Bert's hidden in the dormitory.
Exactly.
With the rubber ducky for
Sorry.
protection. There was some there was some heavy murmuring in his end, and Ernie went on. Remember what was written on the wall? Enemies of the air, beware. Potter had some sort of run-in with Filch. Next thing we know, Filch's cat is attacked. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter at the Quidditch mats, taking pictures of him while he was lying in the mud. Next thing we know, Creevy's been attacked. He always seems so nice, though, said Hannah uncertainly. And, well, he's the one who made you-know-who disappear. He can't be all bad, can he? Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously. The Hufflepuffs bent closer, and Harry edged nearer so he could catch Ernie's words. No one knows how he survived the attack by you-know-who. I mean to say, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a real powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that. He dropped his voice till it was barely more than a whisper and said, That's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Don't want another Dark Lord competing with him. I wonder what other powers Potter's been hiding. Harry couldn't take any more. Clearing his throat loudly, he stepped out from behind the bookshelves. If he hadn't been feeling so angry, he'd have found the sight that greeted him funny. Every one of the Hufflepuffs looked as though they had been petrified by the sight of him, and the color was draining out of Ernie's face. Hello, said Harry. I'm looking for Justin Fitch-Fletchley. Hufflepuff's worst fears had clearly been confirmed. They all looked fearfully at Ernie. I wanted to tell him what really happened with the snake at the dueling club, said Harry. Ernie bit his white lips and then, taking a deep breath, said, We were all there. We saw what happened. Then you notice that after I spoke to it, the snake backed off? Said Harry. All I saw, said Ernie stubbornly, though he was trembling as he spoke, was you speaking Parseltongue and chasing the snake towards Justin. I didn't chase it at him, Harry said, his voice shaking with anger. It didn't even touch him. It's a very near miss, said Ernie. In case you're getting any ideas, I might tell you that you can trace my family back through 9 generations of witches and warlocks, and my bloodline's as pure as anyone's. So I don't care what sort of blood you've got, Harry fiercely. Why would I want to attack Muggleborns? I've heard you hate those Muggles you live with, said Ernie swiftly. It's not possible to live with the Dursleys and not hate them, said Harry. I'd like to see you try it. Harry turned on his heel and stormed out of the library, earning himself a reproving glare from Madame Prince, who was polishing a gilded cover on a large spellbook. Harry blundered up the corridor, barely noticing where he was going. He was in such a fury, the result of which he walked into something very large and solid, which knocked him backwards onto the floor. Oh, hello, Hagrid, said Harry, looking up. Hagrid's face was entirely hidden by a woolly, snow-covered balaclava. It couldn't possibly be anyone else. He, as he filled most of the corridor in his moleskin overcoat, a dead rooster was hanging from one of his massive gloved hands. All right, Harry, he said, pulling the balaclava so he could speak. Why aren't you in class? Cancelled, said Harry, getting up. What are you doing here? Hagrid held up the limp rooster. Second one killed this term, he explained. It's either foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear, and I need the headmaster's permission to put a charm around the hen coop. He peered more closely at Harry from under his thick, snow-flecked eyebrows. You sure you're all right? You look all hot and bothered. Harry couldn't bring himself to repeat what what Ernie and the rest of the Hufflepuffs had been saying about him. It's nothing, he said. I better get going, Hagrid. It's Transfiguration next, and I've got to pick up my books. He walked off, his mind still full of what Ernie had said about him. Justin's been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let slip to Potter he was Muggle-born. Harry stamped up the stairs and turned around another corridor, which was particularly dark. The torches had been extinguished by a strong, icy draft that was blowing through the loose window pane. He was halfway down the passage when he tripped headlong over something laying on the floor. He turned to squint at what had fallen over and felt as though his stomach had dissolved. Justin Filch Fletchley was laying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. That wasn't all. Next to him was another figure, the strangest sight Harry had ever seen. It was nearly Headless Nick, no longer pearly white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal 6 inches off the floor. His head was half off, his face wore an expression of shock identical to Justin's. Harry got to his feet, his breathing fast and shallow, his heart doing kind of drum roll against his ribs. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the bodies. The only sound were the muffled voices of teachers from classes on either side. He could run, and no one would ever know he'd been there. But he couldn't just leave them laying there. He had to get help. Would anyone believe he hadn't had anything to do with this? As he stood there, panicking, a door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves the poltergeist came shooting out. Why, it's Potty Wee Potter, crackled Peeves, knocking Harry's glasses askew as he bounced past him. What's Potter up to? Why's Potter lurking? Peeves stopped halfway through a mid-air somersault, upside down. He spotted Justin and nearly Headless Nick. He flipped the right way up, filled his lungs, and before Harry could stop him, screamed, Attack! Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe! Run for your lives! Attack! Crash, crash, crash. Door after door flew open along the corridor and people flooded out. For several long minutes, there was a scene of such confusion that Justin was in danger of nearly being squashed, and people kept standing in nearly Headless Nick. Harry found himself pinned against the wall as teachers shouted for quiet. Professor McGonagall came running, followed by her own class, one of which still had black and white striped hair. She used her wand to set off a loud bang, which restored silence, and ordered everyone back into their classes. No sooner had the scene cleared somewhat than Ernie the Hufflepuff arrived, panting at the scene. Caught in the act, Ernie yelled, his face stark white, pointing his finger dramatically at Harry. Like, wah!
Objection!
Is that sideways, like, point?
Like anime point. Like,
Yes.
dude, Jojo. Dio. I'm a caught in the act. Or whatever he would say. I don't know in Japanese.
Neither do I, and I'm not even going to try because it would be disrespectful
Nope.
for me too because I'm so bad.
I'll figure it out.
You'll get this. I
It's
believe
Dio
you.
though. There's Dio somewhere. Somewhere there's a Dio in there. If it's a JoJo thing,
And
Dio's involved somehow in the sentence. Anyways,
that will do, Macmillan, said Professor McGonagall sharply. Peeves was bobbing overhead, now grinning wickedly, surveying the scene. Peeves always loved chaos, and the teachers bent over Justin and nearly headless Nick, examining them. Peeves broke into a song. Oh, Potter, you rotter, oh, what have you done? You're killing off students. You think it's good fun. That's enough, Peeves, barked Professor McGonagall, and Peeves zoomed away backwards with his tongue out at Harry. Justin was carried up to the hospital wing by Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinestra of the astronomy department, but nobody seemed to know what to do for nearly headless Nick. In the end, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air, which she gave to Ernie with the instructions to waft nearly headless Nick up the stairs.
it's like a little blow dryer.
Frick, he's got one of those backpack leaf blowers on. He's just.
No,
Poor Nick.
poor Nick.
This. uh,
Help
this
Ernie.
Ernie
Help
did,
Ernie.
fanning Nick along like a silent black cover
Black
craft.
cover craft.
This left Harry and Professor McGonagall alone together. This way, Potter, she said. Professor, said Harry once, I swear I didn't. This is out of my hands, Potter, said Professor McGonagall curtly. They marched in silence around the corner, and she stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. Sherbet lemon, she said, which was evidently a password because the gargoyle sprang suddenly to life and hopped aside as the wall. But I like how they did this in the movie better.
Yeah, I will agree. The
Um,
eagle staircase, like winding up slowly. That
yeah,
was so cool.
I'm here for that.
Hmm.
Um,
The drama.
the drama. This one, the gargoyle's like, yeah, I'm out of here, door.
Kind of shuffles over. There you go, mate.
There you go.
Have a
Uh,
tenner. Tenner for the trouble.
polish a shoe. Even full of dread for what was coming, Harry couldn't fail to be amazed. Behind the wall was a spiral staircase, which was moving smoothly upwards, like an escalator. He and Professor McGonagall stepped onto it. Harry heard the wall thud close behind him. They rose upward in circles, higher and higher and higher, until at last, slightly dizzy, Harry could see a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. He knew where he was being taken. This must be where Dumbledore lived. Wah, wah, wah.
Wah 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 wah
Oh,
wah wah wah
that's what I think
wah
the
wah.
band at Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party would have sounded like. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, shit
Oh
baskets.
dear. Okay. Hold on. I have a sneeze coming. Oh, come
Oh,
on. Uh.
get it out, get
Okay.
it out.
You
I'm
either
gonna
go
stretch.
out or go in. Go in. Make a choice. Come on.
Out or
Okay,
in,
I'm back
pick
in.
one.
Okay, anybody in my chat, really quick, listen up. Here's the rules for my stream right now. You can see on the right-hand side we have a column. It says cursed words. There's no cursed words in it yet. You can change that by going into the your view.
He's fast, he's the
Bork bork. You go
channel
into the
points.
viewer settings and your channel points. Yes, and you would say IRL word ban. Every 10 minutes, at the cost of 20 ghost orbs, which is my channel points, you can ban me from saying a word for the remainder of this stream whilst reading. If I say said word, I will have to take a shot of apple cider vinegar, which is very nasty, but it's good for a cold, which I currently have right now. But I don't like it, so I don't take it. But I have a whole jar in front of me and a half tablespoon in front of me right here, so I will take shots. So feel free to use those at your leisure and at your discretion. Remember, we do trade off chapters and reading, and also we talk a whole lot. So
This ain't your mama's book club.
This is definitely the time to use the IRL word ban, and it will stick for the whole stream. It's not a 5-minute thing like normal. This is the whole stream. So you might end up making me sound real goofy after a while. So just keep that in mind, folks. I cannot say the word the.
Oh.
Okay. So while reading, I cannot say the word the.
You can in conversation with us, like between us,
Yes.
but you
Sorry
cannot.
if I did not make that clear.
Yes.
Since we do a lot of reading and stuff like that, and also whilst somebody else is reading, I will say to make it fair, if you're reading, I can't say the word the while I'm conversing with you. But if I'm reading, I can make sides that have the word the. But gotta make sure it's hard. Gotta make sure it's hard. So I will have to force myself to take some stuff. So
Yes.
cannot say the word the. So here we go. Chapter 12. Polyjuice potion. They stepped off stone staircase at top, and Professor McGonagall rapped on door. It opened silently, and they entered. Professor McGonagall told Harry to wait and left him there alone. By the way, in chat, if you call me out on it, I will take a shot, because I might not notice, so you make sure you're on top of that. Harry looked around. One thing was certain. Of all teachers' offices Harry had visited so far, this year, Dumbledore's was by far the... Dang it. Okay. I caught myself that time, and I should have just let somebody else.
You should have let
Oh,
somebody
it
else.
smells. Oh, it smells so
You
bad.
can do this, Hercules. You got this. You are a
Okay, shot
strong,
number 1.
independent ghost.
Here we go. Okay, I'm filling up the thing now. Okay, there it is.
In 3, 2, 1.
Ah, I just did it. Oh, 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 ah. Oh, oh.
I want to
I need
laugh,
to.
but it's not funny.
It is funny, but not right
It's
now for
not
me. I need to
funny.
hold on. I need a blueberry chaser. There we go. Okay.
Apple
How
cider vinegar with a blueberry chaser.
or with a blue raspberry chaser, I should say.
Oh my
How
god.
how's the taste?
Good.
It
It's
it
great.
it it tastes like apple cider vinegar with the mother, which if you've never tried that, it is um I don't taste apples, I don't taste cider, I don't taste apple cider. Uh, it very much lies. It is just vinegar. But I am halfway to my recommended 1 tablespoon. So you know what? I guess that's not bad. And then I could, if I keep messing up, I could potentially have like 5 tablespoons.
Oh.
But the vinegar, it's a bottle. You buy it raw, unfiltered apple cider vinegar with the mother. It's by Bragg, Bragg. Um, man, that is present, huh? I mean, it's definitely on the tongue. It is definitely like, if that's what you mean by present, it's definitely lingering on the tongue. I can
It's.
I can taste it.
Oh.
I can taste it definitely for sure. Okay. And the problem is I just read and I read really fast because I like getting into the pace and if he hadn't been scared out of his wits that he was about to be thrown out of school, he would have been very pleased to have a chance to look around it. It was a large and beautiful circular room full of funny little noises. A number of curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of old...
Busted. I'm busting you. I'm calling it.
Okay, here we go again.
I'm calling it.
I heard you call it. I gotta shake up the bottle. You actually have to shake up the bottle so that way, like the mother, the grain that's in here, that's supposed to be in here, is mixed in. But the problem is that makes it really foamy at the top.
I'm calling it. I know. I'm a
I
horrible
I know.
person.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, second. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Come on, just a little bit more. Okay, here we go. And 1, 2, 3. Mm, mm, ah, oh, oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Just swallow it in through your
No,
nose.
I'm not gonna throw up. It's what? It literally is like drinking a shot of just vinegar, but it's got
Oh.
like it's got a kick to it. So imagine vinegar with a kick. Like that is what.
Like vinegar needs any more of a kick. It
Hmm.
already sucks.
The
God.
problem is this stuff is actually really good for like. I mean, maybe it's not necessarily scientifically proven, but there's got to be like a placebo effect that just it helps you get over like if you have a cold or crap like that easier. Honestly, it's super stupid, but
You gotta watch those words there, Doodle. I'm gonna be
I
drinking that
know
whole bottle before the end of this chapter.
I should just take like swigs from the bottle. Truthfully, just
Just
like "Gudum, gudum, 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 gudum." Chug, chug, chug.
with your blueberry chaser.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God. Oh, you're
I
not.
think if I trip up on a word 5 times, I may clear it from the list for my own sanity, but I'm not gonna implement that rule yet. We'll see if I can stick to the rules.
We'll see, but I don't want you to make yourself sick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, too much vinegar might kill me. That's why I'm doing half tablespoons instead of,
Yeah, you're gonna give
like
yourself heartburn or gut rot or something.
I mean, it's probably not terrible for me, but, like, goodness
Probably
gracious.
tastes
Okay.
about as good as the Polyjuice potion.
I take Polyjuice potion at this point. It has it's
Doodle.
a different flavor. It is a different flavor. And
Hmm.
in the movie, it looks like boiling pudding, so you know what? I'll take some hot pudding. Um, okay. Walls were covered with portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were snoozing gently in their frames. There was also an enormous claw-footed desk, and sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tattered wizard's hat. Sorting hat. Harry hesitated. He cast a wary eye around sleeping witches and wizards on the walls. Surely it couldn't hurt if he took hat down and tried it on again, just to see, just to make sure it had put him in right house. In 10 minutes, I might get another word. Ooh, he walked quietly around desk, lifted hat from its shelf, I sound like a caveman, and lowered it slowly onto his head. It was
Okay.
much too large and slipped over his eyes, just as it had done last time he put it on. Harry stared at the black inside of hat, waiting. Then a small voice said in his ear, "Be in your bonnet, Harry Potter." Uh, yes, Harry muttered. Sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask, you've been wondering whether I put you in the right house, said the hat smartly. Yes. You were particularly difficult to place, but I stand by what I said before. Harry's heart leapt. You would have done well in Slytherin. Harry's stomach plummeted. He grabbed a point of the hat and pulled it off. It hung limply in his hand, grubby and faded. Harry pushed it back onto its shelf, feeling sick. You're wrong, he said out loud to still and silent hat. It didn't move. My wife is back. Hold on. She's handing me something. I had to hurry and hold stuff for 2 seconds. I've already had to drink a tablespoon of this in like a paragraph. Basically in a paragraph's time. She's given me a lot of water, a Mountain Dew, and it looks like there's a bit of honey in here. That would have been nice sooner.
To be real,
Honey would have been great like 5 minutes ago. I won't lie. Here, actually, let me put just a little bit of honey on my tongue. Actually, that would be lovely at this point. Oh, it's a lift and peel. No.
you're gonna be stuck forever.
Oh no. Oh no, I broke the lift and peel.
Oh no!
Okay, hold on, I got it.
Oh no! Why?
A tragedy in 2 acts.
Right. One of these days we'll get through an entire book club without ridiculousness. Today is not that day.
No, I don't want to ever go through a book club without ridiculousness.
This time
That would be a
it's
boring day.
apple cider vinegar with blueberry chasers.
Oh man. Okay, hold on. Little squirt of honey.
Past the
Mm.
teeth, past the gums. Look out, stomach, here it comes.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, that's good. That's
Yeah,
good. That's
shoes.
good.
On Doodle's stream, because he has a cold, he's not going to be doing voice readings. So he is enabled.
Mild,
Well, I mean,
like.
you disabled the channel point voice readings.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, and because he's sick, so if he says a word that has been banned in his, he has to take a shot of apple cider vinegar because he's sick and it is not pleasant. So that is
Currently,
why.
the word "the" as I'm reading has been banned. So every time I've read the word "the,"
And several times you have slipped up. I just haven't called it because I want you to live.
so hold on.
Tell your wife to breathe. It's okay. I am making another tea. Oh my gosh.
Luca, you took my wife's word. Well, and you know what? In like less than 10 minutes, you can give me another one. And people on Classic stream, you are also more than welcome to participate.
DoodleGhost96, if you happen to pop over there, you can pop a word up, make this a little bit more interesting for him.
Magic
Doesn't
cursed
affect me at
words.
all.
It does not affect you at all.
Does not affect me at all. Zero
Yeah.
consequences to my actions
Zero
chasing me right now.
consequences. She's like, I will do one myself, actually.
No, I can't even stand the smell of apple cider vinegar. Opening the
I can't
bottle
either.
causes vomit.
Luckily, I can't smell.
Coronavirus!
Welcome to the chat, Big Fat Donnie.
Johnny!
Donnie! All by yourself.
Donnie!
Donnie's all by himself.
Why is Donnie all by himself?
Is left. because typos are brutal. No, I need
Donnie!
those. I need those. Honey, those are the rest for the tablespoon. Okay, fine.
Big fat Donnie.
Just let me do what I want. Um, uh, okay. Anyways,
Oh, you won't pull me in? Okay. Um, there's a reason. Okay. I'm pulling Donnie in. Brace for impact. Okay?
uh-oh. Why? Uh-oh.
Just.
Why?
Donnie!
All by myself.
Self. Don't
Slow.
wanna be all
All
by
by myself.
myself
Because I
Any
suck at typing.
s'mores?
anymore.
Any s'mores?
Hey, are these 18 plus streams or no?
Mine is.
PG-13. PG-13. 16
Doodle
plus. 16 plus.
16 plus. So tone it about 5 levels down.
That means I get one F word. I will
Yeah,
choose when to
basically.
use it.
You get 1.
Singular.
But welcome to the
Not during
club,
my normal
Donnie.
streams. Hi, Donnie.
I,
Did you
I
hear
don't
what's
know who
happening
you
on
are,
my
Doodle,
stream?
but um,
Doodle
uh,
is friend. Doodle is friend. Do not bite Doodle. Doodle is friend.
Doodle has Hufflepuff, so I don't know.
Doodle is friend.
Mm,
Doodle is
I'm the Hufflepuff
naughty.
to her Slytherin.
Doodle is friend.
I'm not gonna hurt Doodle's feelings.
You might. Be careful.
I am very small, sensitive ghost. My feelings are well
Talking
long
like that
dead.
is not helping your case.
Oh, I will talk like this more then. I
You,
normally have an uwu mode, but I think I'm just gonna tone it down right now.
I will send you feet pics. Don't try me.
You assume I'm not into that. I fear he actually might be sending me a few pics right now. I'm gonna keep going.
yeah, keep going.
um, let's see. Harry backed away watching it. Then a strange gagging noise behind him made him wheel around. He wasn't alone after all. Standing on a golden perch behind the door was a decrepit-looking bird that resembled a half-plucked turkey. Harry stared at it, and the bird looked balefully back, making its gagging noise again. Harry thought it looked very ill. Its eyes were dull, and even as Harry watched, a couple more feathers fell out of its tail. Thank you, honey. Harry was just thinking that all he needed was for Dumbledore's pet bird to die while he was alone in office with it, when Bird burst into flames. Harry yelled in shock and backed away into desk.
You You okay, Donnie?
I'm just waiting for him to check his Discord.
Oh God, Donnie, can we pay?
Donnie, I'm a very NSFW person.
That's why they're just feet pics.
Oh, dang, you got nice feet, actually, dude. Holy crap.
Thanks, bro.
I'm jealous, actually.
That's why I'm gonna make an OnlyFriends and just sell feet pics.
Only friends?
PG-13 stream.
Yes, that's why it's OnlyFriends.
Ah.
And-
You're not an accountant, you're a secretary.
Yes, I'm classy.
The classy name for it, a secretary. Can't laugh.
Air goes in the lungs. In the lungs.
No, apple cider vinegar has gone in the lungs.
No.
I
Apple
am all
cider
apple
vinegar is
cider
good
vinegar.
for you.
I know it is. That's why I'm taking it because I have a cold, but that's my punishment because I hate it.
Some Foxy Frey is yelling that I'm not allowed to hurt Doodle.
That's my wife. That's Foxfire.
Oh, what's up, wife?
What's up, wife?
Donnie won't hurt the doodle. Donnie won't.
You want some feet pics, wife?
Yeah, I'll send you feet pics too.
It feels weirdly scandalous. She says, "What's up?"
I see. I'm watching your stream.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
There's
let's
just
see.
an audio delay behind, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mine has a slight delay too, so.
Everybody's does for some reason, but it's not. At least on my end, it's not super terrible.
No, which makes it more annoying because I can literally hear the echo of myself as I'm talking. It's strange.
Well, I will say I am sorry you are annoyed, but at the same time, I am glad it's that annoying because at least it means that my internet's going okay.
Yeah, no, your internet's doing great. So what is this that you guys are doing?
This is book club. We do it every Monday night. We are reading. We did the first book. Now we are on the second book. We're reading our way through the Harry Potter series, franchise, book collection, as you will. But it is definitely not your mama's book club because shit gets weird and dirty and twisted and all kinds of wrong.
And you have came on a very interesting day because normally I have voice stuff that my chat can redeem in their channel points. Like I do like really crappy voice impressions. But I have a cold, so it's kind of hard to do those impressions. So today instead, I have put up a cursed words thing. So every 10 minutes on my channel, if you have 20 points with my channel, you can assign a word to be cursed for the rest of the stream while I read the book. Or while Classic is reading the book if I decide to say something. So right now the cursed word is the. So if I'm reading and I say the word the, and somebody in chat calls me out on it, I have to take a little shot of apple cider vinegar.
Why are you doing apple cider vinegar? Jack Daniels is so much better, and then you're
Doodle doesn't
drunk
drink.
reading.
I don't drink.
Ha-
We
And also,
respect the choices.
I'm more impressed than anything. Like, how do you make it through day-to-day life and continue on going?
lots
Alcohol
of
is the
screaming,
band-aid that keeps me alive.
lots of screaming and Animal Crossing mostly.
Okay, all right, valid. Like, I'm not judging you for not drinking. I'm just thinking that that's a world I wouldn't live in.
Well, I'm kind of drinking because this apple cider vinegar is making my mind go fuzzy, but not in the fun way.
Oh God.
I mean, it's good for me. It's gonna help me get the It's gonna help.
ASMR. Could I get an English translation?
What?
It's
Firefox.
ASMR.
Yeah, what is that?
Audio.
How do we explain that?
You know
Like,
those
it's a
weird
thing.
streams where someone sits there and like whispers into the
Rubs a
mic
brush.
and brushes the microphone and like
Oh,
crinkles.
like an NPR.
Kind of, yes.
Kind of like NPR, except very much focused on like mouth noises or brush noises or other noises.
Just
Oh
noise.
crap. Classic. I did add one other thing to this stream that I forgot to tell you about. Um,
Somebody redeemed ASMR.
you should if you don't like that kind of stuff, you should step away from the microphone for a second.
I'm gonna take this point to go to the washroom.
I'm gonna sit back and see what this is.
Sit with Doodle. I will be back momentarily. I will leave you with a unicorn as friendship in my chair. He is a happy unicorn currently. I will be back.
And for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to pretend that I am an ASMR artist. But it's not going to be the good kind of ASMR that my wife hopes for. It's going to be the really gross kind. So enjoy the sounds of me hacking up mucus. I think she was expecting me to just talk in a nice, low, sultry voice. But instead, I'm going to maybe I don't know, lick the microphone or something. That sounds like a appropriately ASMR thing to do. Just kind of like. I'm also going to.
I'm using it. I can confirm I'm going to use my one. What the fuck is this?
Congratulations. I really need to put some kind of notification up, and every time somebody in chat uses the one F-bomb that is allowed in the stream. But congratulations, you have used the F-bomb. Good for you. ASMR clapping. I have a bottle of apple cider vinegar I can swish in the microphone. I don't know if that can be heard.
It could.
So relaxing. It's gonna explode because it's like frothing. Let me gas it real quick. Oh, that smells terrible. I can also whack a bottle against my head. Because that is a sound that ASM artists sometimes do, I found out, which is very strange. I don't have long fingernails, so that's me tapping against the keyboard and against the bottle. And then some mouth noises, because that's a thing too. No, I will not do a mukbang ever. I will not. I enjoy watching. I do not like people watching me eat food. That is not
Oh.
something I enjoy. Welcome back, Classique, to the stream. We are still in ASMR mode for now. I believe it is still my turn to keep reading the book.
Carry on.
So here we go. Harry yelled in shock and backed away into the desk. He looked feverishly around in case there was a glass of water somewhere, but couldn't see one. A glass like this. I don't know if you can hear my tapping. It gave one loud shriek. And next second there was nothing but a smoldering pile of ash on floor. The office door opened. Dumbledore came in, looking very somber. Professor, Harry gasped. Your bird. I couldn't do anything. He just caught fire. To Harry's astonishment, Dumbledore smiled. About time, too, he said. He's been looking dreadful for days. I've been telling him to get a move on. He chuckled at stunned look on Harry's face. Fox is a phoenix, Harry. Phoenixes burst into flame when it is time for them to die, and are reborn from the ashes. Watch him. Harry looked down in time to see a tiny, wrinkled, newborn bird poke its head out of ashes. It wasn't quite as ugly as old one. It's a shame you had to see him on a burning day, said Dumbledore, seating himself behind his desk. He's really very handsome most of the time. Wonderful red and gold plumage. Fascinating creatures. Phoenixes. They can carry immensely heavy loads. Their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets. And that's time.
Thank fuck.
That was
No! No,
Not
I
one of
already
my
used
favorite
it.
rewards.
I already
Oh
used
no,
it.
Doodle's used to me all of a sudden bursting out with random.
You
That's
used it though. It was already used. You can't do that. You broke the rules.
Since when do I
You
follow the
broke the
rules?
rules. Now please.
Okay.
No.
I
Yay.
told you to put these book clubs behind a mature rating.
I did, but maybe I don't like it. I don't know.
Sorry.
Uh,
But I am the Disney villain to your Disney sidekick, so.
sure. I'm getting rid of the ASMR thing. That actually wasn't as fun as I thought it was gonna be, if I'm honest.
It was actually kind of cringy, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, absolutely.
It
It
hurt
hurt my
it hurt my soul.
it hurt.
I didn't like
Delete
any of it.
that. Delete that very much now.
Oh.
Whoa.
Nothing. Classic got rid of something because of the kind of person I am. You left hydrate, and it's not at an expensive rate. We're about
No,
to
it's
have some
not, and
fun.
I actually need to hydrate, so that's fine. Go ahead and
I
spam
actually
it. I don't
didn't
care.
get rid of it. I actually recently changed it. It's there. It's just you can't do what you did to me last time.
I think I made you drink like 4.5 gallons of water in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
it
Okay,
was
that's
bad.
not. That's not.
I saved stream points for like 5 streams, and
Oh
then just was like,
dear.
Yeah.
Well, I'll stop interrupting your book club. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I didn't know what you guys were doing.
Thank you for
But
popping by, Donnie.
y'all
Book
have
club.
fun.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you, dude. That was nice of you to come by. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll send more feed pics, you know?
Awesome. Sweet.
Later, my guy.
Sweet. I hope you guys hated that ASMR because I'm not doing that again.
That was all of the bad.
That was all bad. I mean, it was
It was none of the good and all of the bad.
exactly. Water though is very good. I do take sips of water for my hydrate instead of like full on chugs because I'm like,
I was taking sips for hydrate too, except Donnie was redeeming them every minute and a half, and it was bad. And after that, I altered it and never looked back because I almost died. That stream almost killed me. Oh no. Doodle, are you there?
hello,
There
hello.
you are.
Okay, there we go.
Was it
Thank
you
you.
that
Sorry,
died or was it me?
it was me. My mic came just ever so slightly out of the little toggle I have it against, but it
Okay.
was just so ever so slightly enough.
Because mine, I heard the click, but I wasn't sure if it was my headset
Oh
having a
no, it was
stroke or my virtual line, so I started resetting things. I was like, oh no!
it was mine. I apologize.
It's
I'm
okay,
so
it's
sorry.
okay.
Okay.
Let's get back to this chapter.
Yep. So in shock of Fox catching fire, Harry had forgotten what he was there for. But it all came back to him as Dumbledore settled himself in high chair behind the Okay, glad we were both thinking the same thing there.
I'm fine. I'm fine. It's good. It's good. We're fine.
Dumbledore settled in high chair. Harry, you are the chosen one. Socks. McGonagall has to come in and burp Dumbledore every 5 minutes. She's like, 5 more years till he dies. 5 more years till he dies. 5 more years till he dies.
I don't get paid enough for this. I don't get paid enough for this.
No,
I don't get paid enough
she
for this.
she does not. She does not.
No.
Before Dumbledore could speak another word, however, door of office flew open with an almighty bang, and Hagrid burst in, a wild look in his eyes, his balaclava perched on top of his shaggy black head, and dead rooster still swinging from his hand. "It wasn't Harry, Professor Dumbledore," said Hagrid urgently. "I was talking to him seconds before that kid was found. He never had time, sir. Dumbledore tried to say something, but Hagrid went ranting on, waving Rooster around in his agitation, sending feathers everywhere. It can't have been him. I'll swear it in front of the Ministry of Magic if I have to. Hagrid, you've got the wrong boy, sir. I know, Harry. Oh.
Calling it. I let you slide on the last 4. I'm calling this one.
I knew I slid on the last 4, but I was hoping please, chat. You can also call me out. That is how we're going to do this.
Don't leave it to
Classic.
me.
Don't leave it to
I feel so
Classic.
bad.
You guys in the chat don't feel as
They
bad
can't
as
hear
Classic
you,
does.
apparently.
Oh, that was my wife telling me that she couldn't hear me around the same time you couldn't hear me, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was like, what?
I am very much tempted to just swig it right out of the bottle, but I have to take a half measure just so I'm not like overdosing. Like, oh, I
Can
drink
you
full tablespoons at a
overdose
time.
on apple cider vinegar? Is that a thing?
I don't think so. I think it'll just make my tummy upset from the
Which is
bitterness,
the
but
last thing you need.
I have Pepto-Bismol, so if that happens, then I can take care of that quickly. Okay, 3, 2, 1. What? Oh. Now, I understand this would be a lot more effective if I had my camera on, but I will not turn my camera on. Because A, I don't have a body, so you wouldn't see my face, and B, I don't have a camera really that works either.
Oh.
But I feel fairly certain from my reaction that might be enough for you.
It's enough for me to cringe, and they get to see me cringe every time you do it. Oh.
Okay, let me get some honey. You have a joke for me, Luca. I would love to hear the joke.
Oh.
What do you call something with no body and no nose? Oh, Voldemort. No, what do you call somebody with no body and no nose, Luca? Hold on, a little bit of honey. Nobody knows.
I'm here for it.
It's my kind of joke.
I'm here for it.
Oh my gosh. Take your VIP. Okay, there we go. Now I can like woohoo. That is my wife was gonna say something darker. Well, go ahead and say it now, honey. Since you've listed it. She's like a baby. I'm gonna keep reading for just a second.
Yep.
Hagrid, said Dumbledore loudly, I do not think that Harry attacked those people. Oh, said Hagrid, the rooster falling. I'll just take this shot myself. I paused and I realized my mistake, and I shouldn't have paused.
Not have paused.
I should not have paused, but then in the silence. Oh. Oh, the wonderful thing about Tickers is not apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider vinegar.
Okay. Every time I say the word though when I'm reading. It's probably time. Would anyone in the chat like to add a word
Actually,
to
it
the
says
curse
this
list?
reward is temporarily out of stock.
Oh, that is not what should have been happening. Hold on, let's see.
Because believe me,
I
I have tried.
Well, you should have told me.
I feel like I'm aesthetic. I don't know. It don't have to be. I just work here.
Let's see. Limit redemptions per stream, 999. Limit redemptions per user per stream, 999. For now. Okay. Also for hydrate too, we gotta make sure we do that. Spell redeems Luca Usagi.
Oh, Luca beat me to
Okay.
it. Luca.
Don't worry, in 10 minutes you guys can race to try and put another one in there. Literally, it is a race.
To monitor for.
And because I didn't realize that was happening, I'm gonna shorten the time between
I wouldn't
redemptions
simply
now.
because we are going to end up with at one point where you're reading a chapter and all we get is this, there, and them. Like,
That you can see the words on my stream.
but my stream can't.
I know. Okay, so I cannot say the word that. I cannot say the word spell whilst reading. Oh boy.
That you
Let's
might
see.
die, so let's not do that. Just saying.
I know. I'm already dead though, so it's fine. And he stomped out looking embarrassed. You don't think it was me, Professor? Harry repeated hopefully as Dumbledore brushed rooster feathers off his desk. No, Harry, I don't, said Dumbledore, though his face was somber again. But I still want to talk to you. Harry waited nervously while Dumbledore considered him, tips of his long fingers together. I must ask you, Harry, whether there is anything you'd like to tell me, he said gently. Anything at all. Harry didn't know what to say. He thought of Malfoy shouting, You'll be next, mudbloods! And of Polyjuice potions simmering away in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Then he thought of disembodied voice he had heard twice, and remembered what Ron had said. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in Wizarding World. He thought, too, about what everyone was saying about him, and his growing dread that he was somehow connected with Salazar Slytherin. No, said Harry. There isn't anything, Professor. Double attack on Justin, and nearly headless Nick turned what had hitherto been nervousness into real panic. Did I skip a page? No. Curiously, it was nearly headless Nick's fate that seemed to worry people most. What could possibly do that to a ghost? People asked each other. What terrible power could harm someone who is already dead? There was almost a stampede to book seats on the Hogwarts Express so that students could go home for Christmas. At this rate, we'll be only ones left, Ron told Harry and Hermione. Us, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. What a jolly holiday it's going to be. Crabbe and Goyle, who always did whatever Malfoy did, had signed up to stay over holidays too. But Harry was glad that most people were leaving. He was tired of people skirting around him in corridors as though he were about to sprout fangs or spit poison. Tired of all muttering, pointing, and hissing as he passed. Fred and George, however, found all this very funny. They went out of their way to march ahead of Harry down the corridors, shouting, Make way for heir of Slytherin! Seriously evil wizard coming through! Percy was deeply disapproving of this behavior. It is not a laughing matter, he said coldly. That's how Percy talks. Oh, get out of way, Percy, said Fred. Harry's in a hurry. Yeah, he's off to Chamber of Secrets for a cup of tea with his fanged servant.
I'd like to point out that for once, Fred and George aren't wrong.
Yeah, Fred and George are definitely not wrong. They're actually probably taking this situation probably how Harry should be too. Just like, oh, yep, it's totally me. I totally would open because I know about that. I think I did, honey. Foxfire in the chat says, "Did you say get out of the way?"
Yeah, you did.
All right, everybody. This one I should probably like cheers to something each time I take a shot, right? That seems appropriate, right?
Cheers to.
Well, I guess the first one should be obvious. Here's to my health.
Here's to Doodle not dying of a common cold.
Here's to my health. Cheers. 3, 2, 1. Oh man.
Yeah, no, pointing out that Fred is right. The serpent servant in the chamber. That was really hard to actually get out.
Oh, that's true. The twins are very omniscient. It feels like I think I read a theory once that was saying, like, Fred and George get plot points correct. Like this. Like, they say stuff like, "Oh, yeah, going to tea with his fanged servant. Better be careful. Wah, 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 wah."
Right?
What is happening?
Right.
And so I think if we pay attention, I think Fred and George said something about, like, in the first book about something on the back of his head too, or something. Like, they were just making a joke about, like, oh no, they were throwing snowballs at the back of Quirrell's head.
Yeah.
Like, they have a sixth sense. They know where the trouble is, and they kind of.
Well, they know where the trouble is because 9 times out of 10, they are the trouble.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, really quick, I want to say my wife took a shot of the apple cider vinegar as well, but the problem is she actually likes the taste of it, so it's kind of
It's
a
not
hollow.
torturous for her. That's not fair.
No, it's not. She enjoys it. She likes how it makes her, like, feel, and I'm like, well, okay, that doesn't make me feel any better because you actually enjoy it. So, whatever. Love you, dear. But yeah, I think we should pay attention in further books and see where else they get stuff right.
Indeedy.
Okay, Ginny didn't find it amusing either. Oh, don't! She wailed every time Fred asked Harry loudly who he was planning to attack next, or when George pretended to ward Harry off with a large clove of garlic when they met. Harry didn't mind. It made him feel better that Fred and George at least thought idea of his being Slytherin's heir was quite ludicrous. But their antics seemed to be aggravating Draco Malfoy, who looked increasingly sour each time he saw them at it. Saw them at it. Holy crap. Sorry, I'm, like, trying to, like, read it, being careful of my words, but then all, like, my intonation. I start reading like this. Ah ha 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 ha.
Haha. Night shoes.
Night shoes. It's because he's bursting to say it's really him, said Ron knowingly. You know how he hates anyone beating him at anything, and you're getting all credit for his dirty work. Not for long, said Hermione in a satisfied tone. Polyjuice potion's nearly ready. We'll be getting truth out of him any day now. At last the term ended, and a silence deep as the snow on the grounds descended on Castle. Nope, sorry, I lingered for too long. Swig time! 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, I'm choosing to you, Classic, for putting up with me. You ready for this?
Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Oh! You know what the funny thing is?
Hmm.
The taste is getting more tolerable, but it's getting spicier.
It's getting...
I don't know how else to explain that other than, like, it's getting spicier.
Oh my god. Doodle.
Like, it legit feels like some kind of spices on it, which is hilarious a little bit.
Doodle, doodle, doodle.
Okay, I blame the honey, possibly. I think it's time, though. I think that was like 10 shots, I feel like, or at least 8.
It's time to remove the off of
It's
your...
time to remove the off of the list. So that is now a safe word.
We're gonna go with pineapples as tonight's safe word.
My safe word is
My safe word is
um
pineapples tonight. That's what tonight's stream safe word is pineapples.
it'll be safe for a little while, but after a little bit it might go back on the list. So keep those points ready if you've been really keen to see me struggle over the word the. Whew.
Alright, here we go.
My burps taste like apple cider vinegar.
My burps taste funny.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
I can read like an intelligent person now. Harry found it peaceful rather than gloomy and enjoyed the fact that he, Hermione, and Lucas says, delicious. Yeah, honestly, no.
Slimy and satisfying.
Just liquid and unsatisfaction. Harry found it peaceful rather than gloomy and enjoyed the fact that he, Hermione, and the Weasleys had the run of Gryffindor Tower, which meant they could play Exploding Snap loudly without bothering anyone and practice dueling in private. Fred, George, and Ginny had chosen to stay at school rather than visit Bill in Egypt with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Percy, who disapproved of what he termed their childish behavior, didn't spend much time in the Gryffindor common room. He had already told them pompously that he was only staying over Christmas because it was his duty as a prefect to support the teachers during this troubled time. No, that's Percy's voice. I like that. Um, Professor McGonagall, can I help you? Christmas morning dawned, cold and white. Harry and Ron, the only ones. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Everything's
Okay.
fine.
Just want to make. I just was like, are you muted? Or are you just like that was dumb?
Nope, I'm good. I'm good. Everything's fine. Everything is
Okay.
just fine.
Okay. Let's see. Christmas morning dawned, cold and white. Harry and Ron, the only ones left in their dormitory, were woken very early by Hermione, who burst in, fully dressed and carrying presents for them. Wake up, she said loudly, pulling back the curtains at the window. Hermione, you're not supposed to be in here, said Ron, shielding his eyes against the light. Merry Christmas to you, too, said Hermione, throwing him his present. I've been up for nearly an hour, adding more lacewing to the potion. It's ready. New word added. Professor.
Oh,
That's a fun one. I like that actually. That's a very interesting one.
nice.
Like I do like the ones where it's like you know it'll happen, but you might forget that it'll happen. And so but they're easy to for you guys to see and pick out and
Yeah.
remember. So that's a clever one. I like that. Okay. Send more of those words to me, guys. Don't give me the he and for what. Give me some fun ones that will really trip me up. Keep me on my toes. Whew. Okay, finally the taste is starting to leave my mouth. Adam always, it's ready, Harry sat up, suddenly wide awake. Are you sure? Positive, said Hermione, shifting Scabbers the rat so she could sit down on the end of Ron's four-poster. If we're going to do this, I say it should be tonight. At that moment, Hedwig swooped into the room, carrying a very small package in her beak. Hello, said Harry happily as she landed on his bed. Are you speaking to me again? She nibbled his ear in an affectionate sort of way, which was far better than the one that she had brought, or which was a far better present than the one that she had brought him, which turned out to be from the Dursleys. They had sent Harry a toothpick and a note telling him to find out whether he'd be able to stay at Hogwarts for the summer vacation, too. Oh my gosh. the rest of a toothpick? The rest of Harry's Christmas presents were far more satisfactory.
It was probably used.
I know, and I'm like, why send him anything at all? Like, was Hedwig just very much like insistent, like, just come on, what are you doing? Hello?
I'm not going back without a
Fine.
present. Give it to me now. Grab it.
And then she just glares at them when the toothpick comes. She's like, you little selfish. "Oh, can you stay at Hogwarts for summer vacation? He looks at Dumbledore. Can I? No.
Is this an option?
Is it an option? I'll clean. I'll
I'll pay
clean.
extra.
I'll clean. I have money. The rest of Harry's Christmas presents were far more satisfactory. Harry had sent him a large tin of treacle toffee, which Harry decided to soften by a fire before eating. Ron had given him a book called Flying with the Cannons, a book of interesting facts about his favorite Quidditch team. And Hermione had bought him a luxury eagle feather quill. Harry opened the last present to find a new, hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley and a large plum cake. He read her card with a fresh surge of guilt, thinking about Mr. Weasley's car, which hadn't been seen since its crash with the Whomping Willow, and the bout of rule-breaking while we're planning next. I can't help but think, like, she's like, "Oh, the car's not back? Oh, darn. Oh,
I'm so
no.
sad.
That's so sad. I can't believe." Like, I know she was angry that Ron and Harry took the car, but at the same time, I'm just like,
She was
she's over
silently
here
happy
like,
that it disappeared.
like, it's gone. Finally, that car's gone. No one, not even someone dreading taking Polyjuice potion later, could fail to enjoy Christmas dinner at Hogwarts. The Great Hall looked magnificent. Not only were there a dozen frost-covered Christmas trees and thick streamers of holly and mistletoe crisscrossing the ceiling, but enchanted snow was falling warm and dry from the ceiling. Dumbledore led them in a few of his favorite carols, Hagrid booming more and more loudly with every goblet of eggnog he consumed. Percy, who hadn't noticed that Fred had bewitched his prefect badge, so now it read Pinhead, kept asking them all what they were sniggering at. My pronouns are pointy. What's in your pants? A needle!
Oh,
Yay!
good.
Harry didn't even care that Draco was making loud, snide remarks about his new sweater from the Christmas Slytherin table. With a bit of luck, Malfoy would be getting his comeuppance in a few hours' time. Harry and Ron had barely finished their third helpings of Christmas pudding when Hermione ushered them out of the hall to finalize their plans for the evening. We still need a bit of the people you're changing into, said Hermione matter-of-factly, as though she were sending them to the supermarket for laundry detergent, and obviously it'll be for the best if you can get something of Crabbe and Goyle's. They're Malfoy's best friends. He'll tell them anything. And we also need to make sure the real Crabbe and Goyle can't burst in on us while we're interrogating him. I've got it all worked out, she went on smoothly, ignoring Harry and Ron's stupefied faces. She held up 2 plump chocolate cakes. I filled these with a simple sleeping draught. All you have to do is make sure Crabbe and Goyle find them. You know how greedy they are. They're bound to eat them. Once they're asleep, pull out a few of their hairs and hide them in a broom closet. Harry and Ron looked incredulously at each other. Hermione, I don't think that could go seriously wrong, but Hermione had a steely glint in her eye, not unlike the one Mistress McGonagall sometimes had. The potion will be useless without Crabbe and Goyle's hair, she said sternly. You do want to investigate Malfoy, don't you? All right, said Harry. But what about you? Whose hair are you ripping out? I've already got mine, said Hermione brightly, pulling a tiny bottle out of her pocket and showing them the single hair inside it. Remember Millicent Bulstrode wrestling with me at the dueling club? She left this on my robes when she was trying to strangle me, and she's gone home for Christmas, so I'll just have to tell the Slytherins I've decided to come back. When Hermione bustled off to check on the Polyjuice potion again, Ron turned to Harry with a doom-laden expression. Have you ever heard of a plan where so many things could go wrong?
Yes.
Phew! Bless me. I used to sneeze.
My daily life is a plan where so many things could go wrong.
Oh, amen to that, sister.
Oh,
But to
man.
Harry and Ron's utter amazement, stage 1 of the operation went just as smoothly as Hermione had said. They lurked in the deserted entrance hall after Christmas tea, waiting for Crabbe and Goyle, who had remained alone at the Slytherin table, shoveling down 4th helpings of trifle. Harry had perched the chocolate cakes on the end of the banisters when they spotted Crabbe and Goyle coming out of the great hall. Harry and Ron hid quickly behind a suit of armor next to the front door. How thick can you get? Ron whispered ecstatically as Crabbe gleefully pointed out the cakes to Goyle. Sorry. I like even better in the movie how they're so stupid they see the cakes like floating in front of
Floating,
them.
they're
They're
like,
like,
nom,
that's
nom, nom.
normal.
That's perfectly
That
fine.
is that's great. I love it.
Nothing could possibly go wrong with these.
Mm-hmm. Grinning stupidly, they stuffed the cakes whole into their large mouths. For a moment, both of them chewed greedily, looking at looks of triumph on their faces. Then, without the smallest change of expression, they both keeled over backwards onto the floor. By far the hardest part was hiding them in the closet across the hall. Once they were safely stowed among the buckets and mops, that's a wrap, Harry yanked out a couple of the bristles that covered Goyle's forehead, and Ron pulled out several of Crabbe's hairs. They also stole their shoes because their own were far too small for Crabbe and Goyle-sized feet. Then, still stunned at what they had just done, they sprinted up to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. They could hardly see for the thick black smoke issuing from the stall in which Hermione was stirring the cauldron. Pulling their robes up over their faces, Harry and Ron knocked softly on the door. Hermione! They heard the scrape of the lock, and Hermione emerged, shiny-faced and looking anxious. Behind her, they heard the gloop, gloop of the bubbling, glutinous potion. 3 glass tumblers stood ready on the toilet seat. Did you get them?
Public
Hermione asked
service
breathlessly.
announcement, don't drink anything that comes out of a tumbler on a toilet seat.
Nope. Toilet wine is not good for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Toilet
Thank you
wine
very
is bad.
much. Toilet wine is not good for you. Did you get them? Hermione asked breathlessly. Harry showed her Goyle's hair. Good. And I sneaked these spare robes out of the laundry, Hermione said, holding up a small sack. You'll need bigger sizes once you're Crabbe and Goyle. The three of them stared into the cauldron. Close up, the potion looked like thick, dark mud, bubbling sluggishly. I'm sure I've done everything right, said Hermione, nervously reading the splotched page of most potent potions. It looks like the book said it should. Once we've drunk it, we'll have exactly an hour before we change back into ourselves. Now what? Ron whispered. We separate it into 3 glasses and add the hairs. Hermione ladled 3 large dollops of the potion into each of the glasses. Then, her hand trembling, she shook Millicent Bulstrode's hair out of its bottle into the first glass. The potion hissed loudly like a boiling kettle and frothed madly. A second later, it had turned a sick sort of yellow.
Ugh.
Ugh, essence of Millicent Bulstrode, said Ron, eyeing it with loathing. But it tastes disgusting. Add yours then, said Hermione. Harry dropped Goyle's hair into the middle glass, and Ron put Crabbe's into the last one. Both glasses hissed and frothed. Goyle's turned the khaki color of a booger, Crabbe's a dark, murky brown. Hang on, said Harry as Ron and Hermione reached for their glasses. We'd better not all drink them in here. Once we turn into Crabbe and Goyle, we won't fit, and Millicent Bulstrode's no pixie. Good thinking, said Ron, unlocking the door. We'll take separate stalls. Careful not to spill a drop of his Polyjuice potion. Harry slipped into the middle stall. Ready, he called. Ready, came Ron and Hermione's voices. 1, 2, 3. Pinching his nose, Harry drank the potion down in 2 large gulps. It tasted like overcooked cabbage. Immediately, his insides started writhing as though he just swallowed live snakes. Doubled up, he wondered whether he was going to be sick. Then a burning sensation spread rapidly from his stomach to the very ends of his fingers and toes. Next, bringing him gasping to all fours, came a horrid melting feeling as the skin all over his body bubbled like hot wax. And before his eyes, his hands began to grow, his fingers thickened, and the nails broadened. The knuckles were bulging like bolts. His shoulders stretched painfully, and a prickling on his forehead told him that hair was creeping down to his eyebrows. His robes ripped as his chest expanded like a barrel bursting its hoops. His feet were agony in shoes 4 sizes too small. As suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. Harry lay face down on the stone cold floor, listening to Myrtle gurgling morosely in the end toilet. With difficulty, he kicked off his shoes and stood up. So this is what it felt like being Goyle. His large hand trembling, he pulled off his robes, which were hanging a foot above his ankles, pulled on the spare one, and laced up Goyle's boat-like shoes. He reached up to brush his hair out of his eyes, and met only with the short growth of wiry bristles low on his forehead. Then he realized his glasses were clouding his eyes because Goyle obviously didn't need them. He took them off and called, "Are you two okay?" Goyle's low rasp of a voice issued from his mouth. "Yeah," came the deep grunt of Crabbe from his right. Harry unlocked the door and stepped in front of the cracked mirror. Goyle stared back at him out of dull, deep-set eyes. Harry scratched his ear. So did Goyle. Ron's door opened. They stared at each other, except that he looked pale and shocked. Ron was indistinguishable from Crabbe, from the pudding bowl haircut to the large gorilla arms. "This is unbelievable," said Ron, approaching the mirror and prodding Crabbe's flat nose. "Unbelievable." "We'd better get going," said Harry, loosening the watch that was cutting into Goyle's thick wrist. "We've still got to find out where the Slytherin common room is. I only hope we can find someone to follow." Ron, who had been gazing at Harry, said, "You don't know how bizarre it is to see Goyle thinking." He banged on Hermione's door. "Come on, we need to go." A high-pitched voice answered him. I don't think I'm going to come after all. You go on without me. Hermione, we know Millicent Bulstrode's ugly. No one's going to know it's you. No, really, I don't think I'll come. You two hurry up. You're wasting time." Harry looked at Ron, bewildered. "That looks more like Goyle," said Ron. "That's how he looks every time a teacher asks him a question." "Hermione, are you okay?" said Harry through the door. "Fine, I'm fine. Go on." Harry looked at his watch. 5 of their precious 60 minutes had already passed. "We'll meet you back here, all right?" he said. Harry and Ron opened the door to the bathroom carefully, checked if the coast was clear, and set off. "Don't swing your arms like that," Harry muttered to Ron. "Huh?" Crab holds them sort of stiff. How's this? Yeah, that's better. They went down the marble staircase. All they needed now was a slither they could follow to the Slytherin common room, but there was nobody around. Any ideas? Muttered Harry. The Slytherins always come up to breakfast from over there, said Ron, nodding at the entrance to the dungeons. The words had barely left his mouth when a girl with long, curly hair emerged from the entrance. Excuse me, said Ron, hurrying up to her. We've forgotten the way to our common room. I beg your pardon, said the girl stiffly. Our common room? I'm a Ravenclaw. She walked away, looking suspiciously back at them.
I don't like you.
I'm a Ravenclaw, okay? My parents are Yale graduates. They're so smart. I have all my.
As she mumbles to herself, I could have been a contender.
I could have been a contender. I was Matthew of the Year. I want to see the jaded high school coach trope, but like with a professor. Like, I was so smart. I could have made the team if it weren't for my hernia.
I could have been the captain of the debate team.
I got a paper cut. But I could have been a star.
This book offended me personally.
I
I
know.
need my safe space. This
I
book
have
hurts
debate
me.
stories. I have all the debate stories. Holy crap. Let's see. She walked away looking suspiciously back at them. Harry and Ron hurried down the stone steps into the darkness, their footsteps echoing particularly loudly as Crabbe and Goyle's huge feet hit the floor, hoping that this wasn't going to feeling that this wasn't going to be as easy as they hoped. The labyrinthine passages were deserted. They walked deeper and deeper under the school, constantly checking their watches to see how much time they had left. After a quarter of an hour, just when they were getting desperate, they heard a sudden movement ahead. Ha! Said Ron excitedly. There's one of them now! The figure was emerging from the side room. As they hurried nearer, however, their hearts sank. It wasn't a Slytherin. It was Percy. What are you doing down here? Said Ron in surprise. Percy looked affronted. That, he said stiffly, is none of your business. I don't remember what the voice was.
I don't
Crap.
know, but we're gonna go with this now.
That is none of your business. It's Crab, isn't it? What? Oh, yeah, said Ron. Well, get off to your dormitories, said Percy sternly. It's not safe to go wandering around dark corridors these days. You are, Ron pointed out. I, said Percy, drawing himself up, am a prefect. Nothing's about to attack me. A voice suddenly echoed behind Harry and Ron. Draco Malfoy was strolling towards them, and for the first time in his life, Harry was pleased to see him. There you are, he drawled, looking at them. Have you two been pigging out in the Great Hall this time? I've been looking for you. I want to show you something really funny. Malfoy glanced witheringly at Percy. And what are you doing here, Weasley? He sneered. Percy looked outraged. You want to show a little more respect to a school prefect, he said. I don't like your attitude. Malfoy sneered and motioned for Harry and Ron to follow him. Harry almost said something apologetic to Percy, but caught himself just in time. He and Ron hurried after Malfoy, who said as they turned into the next passage, That Peter Weasley... Percy. Ron corrected him automatically. Whatever, said Malfoy. I've noticed him sneaking around a lot lately, and I bet I know what he's up to. He thinks he's going to catch Slytherin's heir single-handed. He gave a short, derisive laugh. Harry and Ron exchanged excited looks. Malfoy paused by a stretch of bare, damp stone wall. What's the new password again? He said to Harry. Said Harry. Oh, yeah, pure blood, said Malfoy, not listening, and a stone door concealed in the wall slid open. Oh, gosh. Malfoy marched through it, and Harry and Ron followed him. The Slytherin common room was a long, low, underground room with rough stone walls and ceiling, from which round greenish lamps were hanging on shades. A fire was crackling under an elaborately carved mantelpiece ahead of them, and several Slytherins were silhouetted around it in high-backed chairs. Wait here, said Malfoy to Harry and Ron, motioning them to a pair of empty chairs set back from the fire. I'll go and get it. My father's just sent it to me. Wondering what Malfoy was going to show them, Harry and Ron sat down, doing their best to look at home. Malfoy came back a minute later, holding what looked like a newspaper clipping. He thrust it under Ron's nose. That'll give you a laugh, he said. Harry saw Ron's eyes widen in shock. He read the clipping quickly, gave a very forced laugh, and handed it to Harry. It had been clipped out of the Daily Prophet, and it said, "Inquiry at the Ministry of Magic. Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, was today fined 50 galleons for bewitching a Muggle car. Mr. Lucius Malfoy, governor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where the enchanted car crashed earlier this year, called today for Mr. Weasley's resignation. Weasley has brought the ministry into dispute," Mr. Malfoy told the reporters. "He is clearly unfit to draw up our laws, and his ridiculous Muggle Protection Act should be scrapped immediately." Mr. Weasley was unavailable for comment, although his wife told reporters to get clear or she'd set the family ghoul on them. "Well," said Malfoy impatiently as Harry handed the clipping back to him, "don't you think it's funny?" "Ha ha," said Harry bleakly. "Arthur Weasley loves Muggles so much he would snap his wand in half and go join them," said Malfoy scornfully. "You'd never know the Weasleys were purebloods the way they behave." Ron's, or rather Crabbe's, face was contorted with fury. "What's up with you, Crabbe?" snapped Malfoy. "Stomach ache," Ron grunted. "Well, go up to the hospital wing and give all those mudbloods a kick from me," said Malfoy, snickering. "You know, I'm surprised the Daily Prophet hasn't reported all those attacks yet." He went on thoughtfully. "I suppose Dumbledore's trying to hush it all up. He'll be sacked if he doesn't stop soon. Father's always said old Dumbledore's the worst thing that's ever happened to this place. He loves Muggleborns. A decent headmaster would have never let that slime Creevy in." Malfoy started taking pictures with an imaginary camera and did a cruel but accurate impression of Colin. "Potter, can I have your picture? Potter, can I have your autograph? Potter, can I lick your shoes, please? Potter," that's what Malfoy wishes he could say. He dropped his hands and looked at Harry and Ron. "What's the matter with you two?" Far too late, Harry and Ron forced themselves to laugh, but Malfoy seemed satisfied. Perhaps Crabbe and Goyle were always this slow on the uptake. "Saint Potter, the Mudblood's friend," said Malfoy slowly. "He's another one with no proper wizard feeling, or he wouldn't go around with that jumped-up Granger mudblood, and people think he's Slytherin's heir." Harry and Ron waited with bated breath. Malfoy was surely seconds away from telling them it was him, but then, "I wish I knew who it is," said Malfoy petulantly. "I could help them." Ron's jaw dropped so that Crabbe looked even more clueless than before. Fortunately, Malfoy didn't notice, and Harry, thinking fast, said, "Yeah, Malfoy wouldn't notice.
Nope.
You must have some idea who's behind it all." "You know I haven't, Goyle. How many times do I have to tell you?" snapped Malfoy. "And Father won't tell me anything about the last time the chamber was opened either. Of course, it was 50 years ago, so it was before his time, but he knows all about it, and he says that it was all kept quiet. It'll look suspicious if I know too much about it. But I know one thing. Last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a mudblood died. So I bet it's a matter of time before one of them's killed this time. I hope it's Granger," he said with relish. Ron was clenching Crabbe's gigantic fists, feeling that it would be a bit of a getaway if Ron period. Feeling that it would be a bit of a giveaway if Ron punched Malfoy, Harry shot him a warning look and said, "Do you know if the person who opened the chamber last time was caught?" "Oh yeah. Whoever it was expelled," said Malfoy. "They're probably still in Azkaban." "Azkaban?" said Harry, puzzled. "Azkaban, the wizard prison, Goyle," said Malfoy, looking at him in disbelief. "Honestly, if you were any slower, you'd be going backward." He shifted restlessly in his chair and said, "Father says to keep my head down and let the heir of Slytherin get on with it. He says the school needs ridding of all the mudblood's filth, but not to get mixed up in it. Of course, he's got a lot on his plate at the moment. You know the Ministry of Magic raided our manor last week." Harry tried to force Goyle's dull face into a look of concern. "Yeah," said Malfoy. "Luckily they didn't find much." Oh, I have a voice for Malfoy now. "Father's got very valuable dark art stuff, but luckily we've got our own secret chamber," like a surfer dude. He's blonde. He would totally fit like that rich
He's
kid.
Chad.
He's Chad. "We've got our own secret chamber under the drawing room floor." "Ho!" said Ron. Malfoy looked at him. So did Harry. Ron blushed. Even his hair was turning red. His nose was also lengthening. Ooh, their hour was up. Ron was turning back into himself, and from the look of horror he was suddenly giving Harry, he must be too. They both jumped to their feet. "Medicine for my stomach," Ron grunted, and without further ado, they sprinted the length of the Slytherin common room, hurled themselves at the stone wall, crashed through it, and dashed up the passage, hoping against hope that Malfoy hadn't noticed anything. Harry could feel his feet slipping around in Goyle's huge shoes, and had to hoist up his robes as he shrank. They crashed up the steps into the dark entrance hall, which was full of a muffled pounding coming from the closet where they locked Crabbe and Goyle. Leaving their shoes outside the closet door, they sprinted in their socks up the marble staircase towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Well, it wasn't a complete waste of time, Ron panted, closing the bathroom door behind them. I know we haven't found out who's doing the attacks, but I'm gonna write to Dad tomorrow and tell him to check under the Malfoy's drawing room. Harry checked his face in the cracked mirror. It was back to normal. He put his glasses on as Ron hammered on the door of Hermione's stall. Hermione, come out. We've got loads to tell you. Go away, Hermione squeaked. Harry and Ron looked at it. That was not the voice I was trying. I was trying to make her sound desperate, and that was not.
Did not, no.
That did not come out desperate.
Well, in a different kind of desperate.
Oh, there's more. What's the matter? Said Ron. You must be back to normal by now. We are. But Moaning Myrtle glided suddenly through the stall door. Harry had never seen her looking so happy. Oh, wait till you see, she said. It's awful. Actually, she would relish in that.
Oh, she totally would.
She shops at Hot Topic. Myrtle
does.
shops at Hot Topic.
To be fair, I would shop at Hot Topic too, if we had a Hot Topic.
I mean, like 2000s Hot Topic though. Back when it was like the only people who were in Hot Topic had hair that grew over one eye, but just one eye. You know what I'm saying?
As I slowly pull a piece of hair over just one eye.
Just one eye, exactly. You know what I'm saying. You get what I'm talking about.
It's fine.
I wanted that hairstyle and I didn't have it. I'm very grateful. My wife did for a while. She was definitely kind of a Hot Topic girl. I was describing her in junior high, although we knew a lot of very much Hot Topic girls. They were like, I'm a cat, meow. It was weird. It was weird. They heard the lock slide back, and Hermione emerged, sobbing, her robes pulled up over her head. What's up? Said Ron uncertainly. Have you still got Millicent's nose or something? Hermione let her robes fall, and Ron backed into the sink. Her face was covered in black fur. Her eyes had turned yellow, and there were long, pointed ears poking through her hair. It was cat hair, she howled. Millicent Bulstrode must have a cat, and the potion isn't supposed to be used for animal transformations. Uh-oh, said Ron. You'll be teased something dreadful, said Myrtle happily. It's okay, Hermione, said Harry quickly. We'll take you up to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey never asked too many questions. It took a long time to persuade Hermione to leave the bath. What?
After years. Okay, sorry, I'll finish. I'll let you finish. We're almost done.
Just really quick. Moaning Myrtle sped them on their way with a hearty guffaw. Wait till everyone finds out you've got a tail.
So, Madame Pomfrey, after decades of being the nurse in this school of underage people with permitted weapons known as magic wands, has learned it's just easier to fix it than it is to ask how it happened.
Fix it. Why don't you ask anymore? Isn't that? Nope, I know exactly how to fix everything. But like don't you want to find out?
Commandments from Hamilton. You fight along the doctor, you turn him around so you can have deniability. Like she just doesn't want to know. Like
she's like, all of you fall under 3 very specific cures. That's it. Okay, just it takes less time. Get in, get out. Do you see how many beds we have to fill? And do you see how many are already filled? Please leave. Thank you. Goodbye.
Right. I have students that currently need to be rotated to prevent bed sores.
Like consultations are a thing of the past. Just get out.
Get in, get out.
Get in, get out. Good night.
How did you get that? Why is your arm half burned off? Never mind. Here.
She's like, just eat this, drink this, thanks.
Eat this, drink this, change your clothes, you'll be fine. Oh God.
Don't come back. Very angrily, and don't come back.
Until next term.
She's like, if you come back here, I'm charging you. Are we clear?
As she goes and rotates Colin. A strong wind has come in, so she's got to take the leaf blower and put nearly headless snake back in this corner.
And it's not like actual freaking medical rotation. Wizards saw that and they got really confused, and so they're literally rotating 360 in their beds. Like, spinning him like a top a little bit.
He's just on like on
Like
a
a spinner.
constant spit, like a roasting stick. He's just invisible. He just spins. He's
Oh,
just
oh no, no.
spinning.
I meant like how you would see like a spinner spin,
Oh, like a fidget spinner.
like
He
a
just
like a compass. Maybe not that fast, but now I want to see her like go up to him, just like stupid kid.
This one slowed down.
The Muggles say rotating them is good.
The professors get drunk and just come up and try to balance rotating kids on their fingers.
Spin the Colin.
Justin's a
Oh,
little too bulky and top heavy to spin properly, so he just kind of keels over and falls to the floor, and he breaks a bone. She's like, you won't notice.
he wobbles. All the teachers like sitting around a circle and around Colin like spin, spin, spin. Oh, his head's pointing at you, McGonagall. You have to kiss Flitwick.
Oh no, Filch is coming. Everybody hide.
Spin the Malfoy. My wife says spin the Malfoy, but we find out we're talking about the students that are currently petrified in the hospital wing by the serpent.
Oh, I would pay money to spin the Malfoy. That just smack him in the head. Just, he's Homer Simpson on the floor.
Isn't that curly?
I don't. Yeah, but Homer Simpson did it in The Simpsons.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that.
Mm.
Next chapter is The Very Secret Diary.
Oh, finally, the diary.
The diary. The diary. The diary, diary, diary.
I forget how late the diary actually gets introduced into this thing.
Right? But it's
Like,
like
I'll be real.
Like, in timelines in movie and book are weird. Just
I know.
Oh, God. I'm dying.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Everything is
Mm-hmm.
fine. I'm only dying a little bit on the inside.
Ignore the choking.
Note to self, can't breathe caffeinated beverages. The Very Secret Diary. Of course, I get chapter 13. This is great. This is not going to go well.
It'll be fine.
Okay, am I the only one when they were younger who did not understand how the word Hermione was pronounced?
I saw the movie first, I think, so I think I had an idea.
But I didn't. I read the books before the movies came out.
Oh, yes. I had a teacher who didn't understand it either, so he called her Herman because he just couldn't pronounce it. So he was like, yeah, I couldn't figure it out, so I was like, and then Herman said, and then she said, and that was Herman.
Well, for a while it was Hermione.
Hermie 1 was a very common one.
Hermie 1, and then it was Harami was one that I did, and then not Harambe,
Harami.
and then
The
at some
sister.
point I actually got Hermione out of it, and somehow was astonished that I'd somehow figured it out. Like,
I think there has been someone who was like Hermione. No, that's not it. That's weird.
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Hermie 1 Kenobi.
Help me, everyone, Kenobi. You're our only hope.
I've got the high ground.
Voldemort, I hate you.
Hermione's
Hermione, I
standing on
know.
the top of the staircase. I got the high ground.
I get the crap. I would love to see her when Star Wars comes out, just to be like,
She just runs in with her wand. Expecto
like,
Patronum. I've got the high ground.
I would really hope that she would be like one of the nerdy types. Honestly, like that would like that kind of stuff. I would be very sad if she wasn't. Like she's just book smart. That's it.
Right.
No more
Okay.
package.
Hermione remained in the hospital wing for several weeks. There was a flurry of rumor about her disappearance when the rest of the school arrived back for their Christmas holidays. Because, of course, everyone thought she had been attacked, so many students filed past the hospital wing trying to catch a glimpse of her. Madame Pomfrey took out her curtains again and placed them around Hermione's bed to spare her the shame of being seen with a furry face.
Oh.
Harry and Ron went to visit her every evening. When the new term started, they brought her each day's homework. If I'd sprouted whiskers, I'd take a break from work, said Ron, tipping the stack of books onto Hermione's bedside table one evening. Don't be silly, Ron. I've got to keep up, said Hermione briskly. Her spirits were greatly improved by the fact that all her hair had gone from her face and her eyes and were turning slowly back into brown. I don't suppose you've got any new leads, she added in a whisper so that Madame Pomfrey couldn't hear her. Nothing, said Harry gloomily. I was so sure it was Malfoy, said Ron for about the 100th
We
time.
know.
We know. We're aware.
We know, Ronald.
Once again, you're wrong, Ronald Weasley.
Let's start the tally.
I should do that as a
1!
command. Exclamation mark, wrong.
Exclamation
Or
mark,
tally
wrong,
on my
Ron.
screen how many times Ron is wrong.
Oh, there'd be an overflow, a
It would
stack
be
overflow at that point.
horrible. What's that? Asked Harry, pointing to something gold sticking out from under Hermione's pillow. Just a get well card, said Hermione hastily, trying to poke it out of sight. But Ron was too quick for her. He pulled it out and flicked it open and read it.
My turn!
Yes!
Sorry, my turn! Sorry. I just had.
You got really, really friggin' excited.
I know, I realized I got too excited and I was like, oh dear.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I think I might find.
To Miss Ginger, wishing you a speedy recovery from your concerned teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's most charming smile award.
I love how his titles are longer than his get well wish.
Honestly.
Ron looked up at Hermione, disgusted. You sleep with this under your pillow? But Hermione was spared answering by Madame Pomfrey sweeping over her with an evening dose of medicine. Is Lockhart the smarmiest bloke you've ever met, or what? Ron said to Harry as they left the dormitory and started up the stairs towards Gryffindor Tower. Snape had given them so much homework, Harry thought he was likely to be in 6th year before he finished it. Ron was just saying he wished he had asked Hermione how many rat tails you were supposed to add to a hair-raising potion, when an angry outburst from the floor above them reached their ears. Yep.
Reach their eels. Not the eels.
Put the eels back in the tank, damn it.
Get the eels. No.
Never the eels.
Never the eels.
That's Filch, Harry muttered as they hurried up the stairs and passed out of sight, listening hard. You don't think someone else has been attacked? Said Ron tensely. They stood still, their heads inclined towards Filch's voice, which sounded quite hysterical. Even more work for me, mopping all night like I haven't got enough to do. This is the final straw. I'm going to Dumbledore. His footsteps receded as they heard a distant door slam. They poked their heads around the corner. Filch had clearly been manning his usual outlook post. They were once again in the spot where Mrs. Norris had been attacked. They saw at a glance that Filch had been shouting about. A great flood of water stretched over half the corridor, and it looked as though it was still seeping from under the door of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Now Filch had stopped shouting. They could hear Myrtle's wails echoing off the bathroom walls. Now what's up with her? Said Ron. Let's go and see, said Harry, holding the robes over their ankles as they stepped through the great wash of water to the door bearing its out-of-order sign. They ignored it, as always, and entered. Moaning Myrtle was crying, if possible, louder and harder than ever before. She seemed to be hiding down her usual toilet. It was dark in the bathroom because the candles had been extinguished in a great rush of water that had left both walls and floor soaking wet. What's up, Myrtle? Said Harry. Who's that? Gurgled Myrtle miserably.
Gurgled Morgul. Moaning Morgul.
Damn it.
Who's that?
Who's...
It's like Zoidberg. Who dares to disturb Moaning Morgul?
Come to throw something else at me. Harry waded across to her cubicle and said, Why would I throw something at you? Don't ask me, she shouted, emerging from a wave of yet more water which splashed onto the already sopping floor. Here I am, minding my own business, and someone thinks it's funny to throw a book at me. But it can't hurt you if someone throws something at you, said Harry reasonably. I mean, it'd just go right through you, wouldn't it? He had said the wrong thing. Myrtle puffed herself up and shrieked, "Let's all throw books at Myrtle because she can't feel it. 10 points if you can get it through her stomach, 50 points if it goes through her head. Well, ha ha ha, what a lovely game, I don't think."
She is a 2000s Hot Topic girl.
She is totally a 2000s Hot Topic girl.
Totally.
"Who threw it at you anyway?" asked Harry. "I don't know. I was just sitting in the U-bend thinking about death, and it fell right through the top of my head," said Myrtle, glaring at them. "It's over there. It got washed out." Harry and Ron looked under the sink where Myrtle was pointing. A small, thin book lay there. It had a shabby black cover and was also bought at Hot Topic and
Yep.
was as wet as everything else in the bathroom. Harry stepped forward to pick it up, but Ron suddenly flung out an arm to hold him back. "What? Are you mad?" said Ron. "It could be dangerous." "Dangerous?" said Harry, laughing. "Come off it. How could it be dangerous?" "You'd be surprised," said Ron, who was looking apprehensively at the book. "Some of the books the Ministry's confiscated, Dad's told me there was one that burned your eyes out. Everyone who read Sonnets of a Sorcerer spoke in limericks for the rest of their lives. And some old witch in Bath had a book that you could never stop reading. You just had to wander around with your with your nose in it, trying to do everything one-handed. And all right, I've got the point," said Harry. The little book lay on the floor, nondescript and soggy. "Well, we won't find out unless we look at it," he said, and he ducked around Ron and picked it up off the floor. "We won't know if it's bad until we try it, right?"
Oh no!
What could
I am Harry Potter and I can't look up from this book anymore.
I am Harry Bookworm.
Harry Bookworm. Ew.
That's gross. Gross,
Get Rose.
says Myrtle, 2000 Hot Topic.
Mhm.
Harry saw it once. It was a diary, and the faded year on the cover told him it was 50 years old. Wah, wah,
Well,
wah. Harry Potter and the Book of Foreshadowing. He opened it eagerly. On the first page, you could just make out the name T.M. Riddle in smudged ink. Are you good?
He just forgot the O.
He did.
He's like, crap. Boop, boop, there.
This is how it works. He said, "I can't fill."
I didn't know he had a middle name, Tom. Of course, I have a middle name. Who doesn't have a? Well, what is it? Marvolo.
Marvolo.
Marvolo. Huh.
How on earth do I know that name? T.M.
Try to
Riddle.
ignore the poster on the wall that says Marvelous Marvelo or something like
Right.
that.
T.M. Riddle got an award for special services to the school 50 years ago. "How on earth do you know that?" said Harry in amazement. "Because Filch made me polish his shield about 50 times in detention," said Ron resentfully. "That was the one I burped slugs all over. If you'd wipe slime off a name for an hour, you'd remember it too." Harry peeled the wet pages apart. They were completely blank. There wasn't the faintest trace of writing on them, not even Aunt Mabel's birthday or dentist 3:30. "He never wrote in it," said Harry, disappointed. "I wonder why someone would want to flush it away," said Ron curiously. Harry turned to the back cover of the book and saw a printed name of a newsagent in Vauxhall Road, London. "He must have been Muggle-born," said Harry thoughtfully, "to have bought a diary from Vauxhall Road." "Well, not much use to you," said Ron, who dropped his voice. 50 points if you can get it through Myrtle's nose. Harry, however, pocketed it. Because, of course, Harry collects things he finds on bathroom floors. Which is why he's not allowed into any of our local nightclubs.
Stop throwing the books, Ronald. Sorry.
They're not allowed in local libraries or nightclubs, to be fair.
Nope.
Especially
Can't
not
trust
in
around
quick
girls
succession.
or books.
Hermione left the hospital wing de-whiskered, tailless, and fur-free at the beginning of February. On her first evening back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry
The
showed
Tower of Terror.
Tower of Terror.
Ah!
Harry showed her T.M. Riddle's diary and told her the story of how they'd found it. Oh, it might have hidden powers, said Hermione enthusiastically, taking the diary and looking at it closely. If it has, it's hiding them very well, said Ron. Maybe it's shy. I don't know why you don't just chuck it, Harry. I wish I knew why someone did try to chuck it, said Harry. I wouldn't mind knowing how Riddle got an award for special services to Hogwarts either. Could have been anything, said Ron. Maybe he got 30 owls or saved a teacher from the giant squid. Maybe he murdered Myrtle. Wah wah
Well,
wah. I need that as a button
a
that I can.
button.
Wah wah wah.
I can has not die. Dice.
Maybe he murdered.
Myrtled murder. Maybe he murdered murder.
Try saying that 10 times fast.
Not murder. Not myrtled murder. I hate it when people murders.
Oh, maybe he murdered Myrtle. That would have done everyone a favor. But Harry could tell from the arrested look on Hermione's face that she was thinking what he was thinking. What? Said Ron, looking from one to the other like he's completely lost. What the hell is happening?
You're having too much fun myrtling murder.
And this. Okay, well, the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, wasn't it? He said. That's what Malfoy said. Yeah, said Ron slowly. And this diary is 50 years old, said Hermione, tapping it excitedly. So? Oh, Ron, wake up, snapped Hermione. We know the person who opened the chamber last time was expelled 50 years ago. We know T.M. Riddle got an award for special services to the school 50 years ago. Well, what if Riddle got his special award for catching the heir of Slytherin? His diary would have probably tell us everything. Where the chamber is, how to open it, what sort of creature lives in it, the person who's behind it, the attacks. This time wouldn't want it laying around, would they? That's a brilliant theory, Hermione, said Ron, with just one tiny little flaw. There's nothing written in his diary. But Hermione was pulling a wand out of her bag. It might be invisible ink, she whispered. She tapped the diary 3 times and said a Latin word I can't understand.
Aparicium.
Aparicium. We need to take Latin before the next book club.
Probably.
Yeah, we'll learn Latin in a week. It's fine.
Yep. Easy. Easy peasy.
Easy.
Lemon squeezy.
We got this. Nothing
We got
happened. Undaunted, Hermione shoved her hand back into her bag and pulled out what appeared to be a bright red eraser. It's a revealer. I got it in Diagon Alley, she said. She rubbed hard on January the 1st. Nothing appeared. I'm telling you, there's nothing to find in there, said Ron. Riddle just got a diary for Christmas and couldn't be bothered filling it in. Harry couldn't explain, even to himself, why he didn't just throw Riddle's diary away. The fact that even though he knew the diary was blank, he kept absent-mindedly picking it up and turning the pages, although it was a story he wanted to finish. And meanwhile, Harry was sure that he had never heard the name T.M. Riddle before. It still seemed to mean something to him, almost as though Riddle was a friend he had had when he was very small and had half forgotten. But that was absurd. He'd never had any friends before Hogwarts. Dudley had made sure of that. Nevertheless, Harry was determined to find out more about Riddle, so next day, at break, he headed for the trophy room to examine Riddle's special award, accompanied by an interested Hermione, and a thoroughly unconvinced Ron, who told him he'd seen enough of the trophy room to last him a lifetime. Riddle's varnished gold shield was tucked away in a corner cabinet. It didn't carry details of why it had been given to him. Good thing, too, or it'd have been even bigger, and I'd still be polishing it, Ron. However, they did find Riddle's name on an old medal for magical merit, and on a list of old head boys. It sounds like Percy, said Ron, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Prefect, head boy, probably top of every class. You say that like it's a bad thing? Said Hermione in a slightly hurt voice. The sun had now begun to shine weakly on Hogwarts again. Inside the castle, the mood had grown more hopeful. There had been no more attacks since those on Justin and nearly headless Nick, and Madame Pomfrey was pleased to report that the mandrakes were becoming moody and secretive, meaning that they were fast leaving childhood. The moment their acne clears up, they'll be ready for repotting again, Harry heard her telling Filch kindly one afternoon, and after that it won't be long until we'll be cutting them up and stewing them. You'll have Mrs. Norris back in no time. Perhaps the heir Slytherin had lost his or her nerve, thought Harry. It must be getting riskier and riskier to open the Chamber of Secrets, with the school so alert and suspicious. Perhaps the monster, whatever it was now settling itself down to hibernate. Or another 50 years. Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff didn't take this cheerful view. He was still convinced that Harry was the guilty one, and he had given himself away at the dueling club. Peeves wasn't helping matters. He kept popping up in crowded corridors singing, "Oh, Potter, you rotter," now with a dance routine to match. Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to think he himself had made the attack stop. Harry overheard him telling Professor McGonagall so while the Gryffindors were lining up for transfiguration.
"Oh, I don't think there'll be any more trouble, Mandrake," he said, Oh, sorry.
Mandrake. Totally here for it.
She's like, her eyebrow just like twitches. Like,
she looks up at him over her glasses like, "I'm going to punch you in the face hole. You pompous
everybody wants to.
ass."
Everybody
He
wants
said,
to.
tapping his nose knowingly and winking.
I think the chamber has been locked for good this time. The culprit must have known it was only a matter of time before I caught him. Rather sensible to stop now before I came down hard on him. You know, what the school needs now is a morale booster. Wash away the memories of last term. I won't say any more just now, but I think I know just the thing.
He tapped his nose again and strode off. Lockhart's idea of a
McGonagall's
morale
like,
booster became
what?
clear at breakfast time on February the 14th. Harry hadn't had much sleep because of the late running Quidditch practices the night before, and he hurried down to the Great Hall slightly late. He thought for a moment that he'd walked through the wrong doors. The walls were covered with large, lurid pink flowers. Worse still, heart-shaped confetti was falling from the pale blue ceiling. Harry went over to Gryffindor table where Ron was sitting looking sickened. Oop. And Hermione seemed to have come over rather giggly. "What's going on?" Harry asked them, sitting down and wiping confetti from his bacon. Ron pointed at the teacher's table.
The teacher's chamber, apparently too disgusted to speak.
Apparently too disgusted to speak. Lockhart, wearing lurid pink robes to match the decorations, was waving for silence. The teachers on either side of him were looking stony-faced. From where he sat, Harry could see a muscle going in Professor McGonagall's cheek.
She's like,
Snape looked as though he had just fed him a large beaker of Skelegro.
Happy Valentine's Day!
Lockhart shouted.
And may I thank the 46 people who have so far sent me cards. Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all. And it doesn't end here.
Lockhart clapped his hands, and through the door to the entrance hall marched a dozen surly-looking dwarves. Not just any dwarves, however. Lockhart had them wearing golden wings and carrying harps.
Ah, my friendly card-carrying cupids.
Beamed Lockhart.
They will be roving around the school today delivering your valentines. And the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter into the spirit of the occasion. Why not ask Professor Simple to show you how to whip up a love potion? And while you're at it, Professor Flip-Flop. Oh no. I don't know what you're laughing at more right now.
I think both, but I think it's Flip-Flop.
Well, I have to pause for 2 seconds because my wife just caught me out.
It's okay.
I said professor
You said professor. I was,
twice.
uh-huh. I
Well,
was gonna be nice and not say anything because I was too excited about Flip Flop.
this one's for Professor Flip Flop. Cheers. Oh, it's back. Oh, all the unpleasantness is back. Oh,
You have
help.
apple cider vinegar PTSD happening.
Uh, oh, you listen, we don't already have it. I had it before this stream ever began. This stuff was rank and rancid for me.
Oh.
Ah.
You okay?
And while you're at it, Mr. Flip Flop knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met, the sly old dog.
Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands. Snape was looking as though the first person to ask him for a love potion would be force-fed poison. Please, Hermione, tell me you weren't one of the 46, said Ron as they left the Great Hall for their first lesson. Hermione suddenly became very interested in searching her bag for a timetable and didn't answer. All day long. Oh, God. All day long, dwarves kept barging into their classes to deliver valentines to the annoyance of teachers. And late that afternoon, as the Gryffindors were walking upstairs for charms, one of them caught up with Harry. Oi, you! Harry Potter! Shouted the particularly grim-looking dwarf, elbowing people out of the way to get to Harry. Hot all over as the hot all over at the thought of being given a valentine in front of a queue of first years, which happened to include Ginny. Harry tried to escape. The dwarf, however, cut his way through the crowd by kicking people's shins and reached him before he'd gone 2 paces. I've got a musical message to deliver to a Harry Potter in person, he said, twanging his harp in a threatening sort of way. Not here, Harry hissed, trying to escape. Stay still, grunted the dwarf, grabbing hold of Harry's bag and pulling him back. Let me go, Harry snarled, tugging. With a loud ripping noise, his bag split in two. His books, wand, parchment, quill spilled all over the floor, and his ink bottle smashed over the lot. Harry scrambled around, trying to pick it all up before the dwarf started singing, causing something of a holdup in the corridor. What's going on here? Came a cold, drawling voice of Draco Malfoy. Harry started stuffing everything feverishly into his rip bag, desperate to get away before Malfoy could hear his musical valentine. What's all this commotion? Said another familiar voice as Percy Weasley arrived. Losing his head, Harry tried to make a run for it, but the dwarf seized him around the knees and brought him crashing to the floor. Right, he said, sitting on Harry's ankles. Here's your singing valentine. His eyes are as green as fresh pickled toad, his hair as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's really divine, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. You okay?
Que romantique. Yes, because the first thing I think of when I think of my wonderful wife's dark raven hair is, oh yes, chalkboard.
Chalkboard.
Gotta love it.
The hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Harry would have given all the gold in Gringotts to evaporate on the spot, trying valiantly to laugh along with everyone else as he got up, his feet numb from the weight of the dwarf, as Percy Weasley did his best to disperse the crowd, some of whom were crying with mirth. Off you go, the bell rang 5 minutes ago, off to class now, he said, shooing some of the younger students away. And you, Malfoy. Harry, glancing over, saw Malfoy stoop to snatch up something, leering. He showed it to Crabbe and Goyle, and Harry realized he'd gotten Riddle's diary. Give it back, said Harry quietly. Wonder what Potter's written in this, said Malfoy, who obviously hadn't noticed the year on the cover, and thought it had been Harry's own diary. A hush fell over the onlookers. Ginny was staring at the diary, from diary to Harry, looking terrified. Hand it over, Malfoy, said Percy sternly. When I've had a look, said Malfoy, waving at the diary tauntingly at Harry. Percy said, as school prefect, but Harry lost his temper, pulled out his wand, and shouted, Expelliarmus! And happened just as Snape had disarmed Lockhart. So, Malfoy found the diary shooting out of his hand into the air. Ron, grinning broadly, caught it. "Harry," said Percy loudly, "no magic in the corridors. I'll have to report this, you know." Harry didn't care. He'd gotten one over on Malfoy, and it was worth 5 points from Gryffindor any day. Malfoy was looking furious, and as Ginny passed him to enter the classroom, he yelled spitefully after her, "I don't think Potter liked your Valentine much." Ginny covered her face with her hands and ran into class. Snarling, Ron pulled out his wand too, but Harry pulled him away. Ron didn't need to spend the whole Christmas, whole of Charms belching slugs.
Flitwick, Professor Flip-Flop, Merry Christmas, everyone! Don't forget to swish and flick the cake out if you want, like this.
Don't forget to swish and flick the slugs. Oh, God. It wasn't until they had reached Professor Flitwick's class that Harry noticed something rather odd about Riddle's diary. All his other books were drenched in scarlet ink. The diary, however, was as clean as it had been before the ink bottle had smashed all over it. He tried to point this out to Ron, but Ron was having trouble with his wand again. Large purple bubbles were blossoming out of the end, and he wasn't much interested in anything else. Harry went to bed before anyone else in his dormitory that night. It was partly because he didn't think he could stand Fred and George singing "His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad" one more time. And partly because he wanted to examine Riddle's diary again. He knew that Ron thought he was wasting his time. Harry sat on his four-poster bed and flicked through the blank pages, not one of which had a trace of scarlet ink on it. Then he pulled a new bottle out of his bedside cabinet, dipped his quill into it, and dropped a blot onto the first page of the diary. The ink shone brightly on the paper for a second, and then, as though it was being sucked up into the page, vanished. Excited, Harry loaded up his quill for a second time and wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." I'm so glad he knows what his name is. I'm so proud. Mama
Harry
is
Potter.
proud.
Harry Potter and the one time he got his identity stolen by
A diary.
by scam wizards.
Right? It's a phishing scheme. We all know it.
There's a wizard call center in somewhere out in the east. It's freaking. They're like all hovering over diaries, waiting.
My name is Harry Potter. My social insurance number is 8675309.
Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Steve, even though it's very much obviously not Steve. Would you like to buy some car insurance?
I'd like to talk to you about your broom's
Extended warranty. I'm sorry. I know that's a little bit. It's just that's. They all. I don't understand why they can't just use their normal names. I would believe them more if they use like their name, but it's like.
They're
That'd be
blatantly calling from India, spoofing from somewhere local, and their name is Steve. No,
yeah. I'm like,
it's
hello,
not. It's not
hello,
Steve. I
hello,
promise.
hello, sir. My name is Mark. I don't think so.
I get ones that are phone calls, and they come from Lord knows where, but they're in Mandarin.
Oh, that's fun.
It's great.
You're like, no fao Portuguese. Goodbye.
The greatest one is I get a common spam phone call from a company called Air Duct Cleaning Services.
Ooh.
And I live in an apartment building. I don't have air ducts.
You don't have air ducts.
No. So I just mess around with them and tell them, how they're like, "Air Duct Cleaning Services, we will come and clean your ducts." I'm like, "Will you defeather them and make sure that they're ready for roasting when
Like, no, ducks. Ducks, ma'am. Ducks. I know, I heard you.
I know, the feathers. Just make sure you remove them, make sure that it's humane."
Christmas has to happen.
And they just click. I answer the door. I answer the phone. "Pizza Pool Hall. Who in the hell do you want?" "City Morgue. You stab him, we slab him."
Eddie's crematorium. Joe's Crab Shack.
Right?
No funny tagline, just Joe's Crab Shack.
Joe's Crab Shack. Where were we?
Evelyn's whorehouse.
Evelyn's
Sweet
whorehouse.
old lady, naughty little girls.
so bad.
Not literal little girls, I
I
should say, publicly on stream. It's just a cutesy slogan.
Yeah, we're gonna move on from that.
And Ellen's a pimp. Anyways,
You good?
I feel I needed to make sure I clarified that.
Okay. You're
That was
good.
important.
You're good though?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
good. No, I'm not
Do
good,
I
but I'm
need
good.
to find you an adult?
It might be too late for me at this point. Save yourself.
Okay. I can't save me. I'm driving the bus.
Well, we're
Who can
gonna
I
die.
pulled over and picked your ass up? Me.
We all gonna die.
Gosh.
Help me.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the river. Don't look Anubis in the eye.
I fear for my life.
The words shone momentarily on the page, and they too sank without a trace. Then, at last, something happened. Oozing black out of the page, in his very own ink, came words Harry had never written. Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary? These words, what?
Hello, Harry Potter. My name's Tom Riddle. How the crap did you get here?
What? Took a wrong turn in Albuquerque, my friend.
Who the crap are you? What do you want?
I was sleeping and you stabbed me in the face with your quill. These words too faded away, but not before Harry had started to scribble back. Someone tried to flush it down a toilet. He waited eagerly for Riddle's reply. Lucky that I recorded my memories in some more lasting way than ink. But I always knew that there would be those who would not want this diary read. What do you mean? Harry scrawled, blotting the page in his excitement. I mean that this diary holds memories of terrible things, things which were covered up, things which happened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That's where I am now, Harry wrote quickly. I'm at Hogwarts, and horrible stuff has been happening.
Oh, wow! What a coincidence! Me too! Harry, I know you're little at this point.
Turn Harry to Mickey Mouse at that.
That's where I am now. I want to say, like, Harry, I get that you're young, but like, why are you? Don't talk to strangers, friend, pal, buddy,
Stranger in
friend,
danger.
stranger
Candy
danger.
van. Kidnapping Harry in the candy van.
Exactly.
Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? Yeah, let's just start telling the diary everything because that's safe. His heart was
It's a
hammering.
book.
Riddle's reply came quickly. His writing became untidier as though he was hurrying to tell off what he knew. Of course I know the Chamber of Secrets. In my day, they told us it was a legend, that it did not exist. But this was a lie. In my 5th year, the chamber was opened and the monster attacked several students, finally killing one. I caught the person who opened the chamber, and he was expelled. But the headmaster, Professor Dippet, ashamed that such a thing had happened at Hogwarts, forbade me to tell the truth. The story was given out that the girl had died in a freak accident. They gave me a nice, shiny engraved trophy for my trouble, and warned me to keep my mouth shut. But I knew it could happen again. The monster lived on, and the one who had the power to release it was not imprisoned. Harry nearly upset his ink bottle in the hurry to write back. It's happening again now. There have been 3 attacks. No one seems to know who's behind it. Who was it last time? I can show you if you like, came Riddle's reply. You don't have to take my word for it. I can take you inside my memory of the night when I caught him. Harry hesitated. His quill suspended. Finally? Right? His quill suspended over the diary. What did Riddle mean? How could he be taken inside somebody else's memory? He glanced nervously at the door to the dormitory, which was growing dark. When he looked back at the diary, he saw fresh words for me. Let me show you. Harry paused for a fraction of a second and then wrote 2 letters. Okay.
Okay.
Nothing better to do. The pages,
I'm sure. Why not?
Why not? What could possibly go wrong? The pages of the diary began to blow as though caught in a high wind, stopping halfway through the month of June. Mouth hanging open, Harry saw the little square for June the 13th seemed to have been turned into a minuscule television screen. His hands trembling slightly, he raised the book to press an eye against the little window. And before he knew what was happening, he was tilting forwards. The window was widening, he felt his body leave his bed, and he was pinched headfirst through the opening in the page into a whirl of color and shadow. He felt his feet hit solid ground, and stood, shaking as the blurred shapes around him came suddenly into focus. He knew immediately where he was. This circular room with the sleeping portraits was Dumbledore's office. But it wasn't Dumbledore who was sitting behind the desk. A wizened, frail-looking wizard, bald except for a few wisps of white hair, was reading a letter by candlelight. Harry had never seen this man before. I'm sorry, he said shakily. I didn't mean to butt in. But the wizard didn't look up. He continued to read, frowning slightly. Harry drew nearer to his desk and stammered, I'll just go. Shall I? Still, the wizard ignored him. He didn't even seem to have heard him. Thinking this was the wizard might be deaf, Harry raised his voice. Sorry I disturbed you. I'll go now, he half shouted. The wizard folded up the letter with a sigh, stood up, walked past Harry without glancing at him, and went to draw the curtains at his windows. The sky outside the window was ruby red, soon to be sunset. The wizard went back to his desk, sat down, twiddled his thumbs, watching the door. Harry looked around the office. No Fawkes the Phoenix, no whirling silver contraptions. This was Hogwarts as Riddle had known it, meaning that this unknown wizard was headmaster, not Dumbledore. And he, Harry, was little more than a phantom, completely invisible to the people of 50 years ago. There was a knock at the office door. Enter, said the old wizard in a feeble voice. A boy of about 16 entered, taking off his pointed hat. A silver prefect badge was glinting on his chest through his nipple. He was much taller than Harry,
Oh,
52,
jeez.
and jet black hair. I'm sorry, every prefect badge is a nipple ring. Ah, Riddle, said the headmaster. You wanted to see me, Professor Dippet? Said Riddle. He looked nervous. Sit down, said Dippet. I've been reading the letter you sent me. Oh, said Riddle. He sat down, gripping his hands together very tightly. My dear boy, said Dippet kindly, I cannot possibly let you stay at the school over the summer. Surely you want to go home for the holidays. No, said Riddle at once. I'd much rather stay at Hogwarts than go back to that. You live in a Muggle orphanage during the holidays, I believe, said Dippet curiously. Yes, sir, said Riddle, reddening slightly. You are Muggle-born? Half-blood, sir, said Riddle. Muggle father, witch mother. And are both your parents? My mother died just after I was born, sir. They told me at the orphanage she lived just long enough to name me Tom after my father, Marvolo after my grandfather. Dippet clicked his tongue sympathetically. Thing is, Tom, he sighed, special arrangements might have been made for you, but in the current circumstances... You mean all these attacks, sir? Said Riddle. And Harry's heart leapt. He moved closer, scared of missing anything. Precisely, said the headmaster. My dear boy, you must see how foolish it would be of me to allow you to remain in the castle when term ends, particularly in light of the recent tragedy, the death of that poor little girl. You would be safer, by far, at your orphanage. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Magic even now is talking about closing this school. We are no closer to locating the source of all this unpleasantness. Riddle's eyes had widened. Sir, if the person was caught, if it all stopped... What do you mean? Said Dippet, with a squeak in his voice, sitting up in his chair. Riddle, do you know something about these attacks? No, sir, said Riddle quickly. But Harry was sure it was the same sort of no that he himself had given Dumbledore. Dippet sank back, looking faintly disappointed. You may go, Tom. Riddle slid off his chair and slumped out of the room. Harry followed him. Down the moving spiral staircase they went, emerging next to the gargoyle in the darkened corridor. Riddle stopped, and so did Harry, watching him. Harry could tell that Riddle was doing some serious thinking. He was biting his lip, his forehead furrowed. Then, as though he had suddenly reached a decision, he hurried off. Harry gliding noiselessly behind him. They didn't see another person till they reached the entrance hall, when a tall wizard with long, sweeping auburn hair and a beard called to Riddle from the marble staircase. "What are you doing wandering around this late, Tom?" Harry gaped at the wizard. It was none other than a 50-year younger Dumbledore. "I had to see the headmaster, sir," said Riddle. "Well, hurry off to bed," said Dumbledore, giving Riddle exactly the kind of penetrating stare Harry knew so well. Best not to roam the corridors these days. Not since. He heaved heavily, bade Riddle good night, and strode off. Riddle watched him out of sight, and then, moving quickly, headed straight down the stone steps to the dungeons, with Harry in hot pursuit. But, to Harry's disappointment, Riddle led him not into the hidden passageway or a secret tunnel, but the very dungeon in which Harry had potions with Snape. The torches hadn't been lit, and when Riddle pushed the door, almost closed, Harry could only just see Riddle, standing stock still by the door, watching the passage outside. It felt to Harry that they were there for at least an hour. All he could see was the figure of Riddle at the door, staring through the crack, waiting like a statue. Just when Harry had stopped feeling expectant and tense, and started wishing he could return to the present, he heard something move beyond the door. Someone was creeping along the passage. He heard whoever it was pass the dungeon where he and Riddle were hidden. Riddle, quiet as a shadow, edged through the door and followed, Harry tiptoeing behind him, forgetting that he couldn't be heard. For perhaps 5 minutes they followed the footsteps until Riddle stopped suddenly and his head inclined in the direction of new noises. Harry heard a door creak open and then someone speaking in a hoarse whisper. "Come on, gotta get you out of here. Come on now, in the box." There was something familiar about that voice. Riddle suddenly jumped out around the corner. Harry stepped out behind him. He could see the dark outline of a huge boy who was crouching in front of an open door, a very large box next to it. "Evening, Rubius," said Riddle sharply. The boy slammed the door shut and stood up. "What are you doing down here, Tom?" Riddle stepped closer. "It's all over," he said. "I'm going to have to turn you in, Rubius. They're talking about closing Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop." What do you... Don't think you meant to kill anyone, but monsters don't make good pets. Suppose you just let it out for exercise, and... It never killed no one," said the large boy, backing against the closed door. From behind him, Harry could hear a funny rustling and clicking. "Come on, Rubius," said Riddle, moving yet closer. "The dead girl's parents will be here tomorrow. The least Hogwarts can do is make sure the thing that killed their daughter is slaughtered." "It wasn't him," roared the boy, his voice echoing in the dark passage. "He wouldn't. He never..." "Stand aside," said Riddle, drawing out his wand. His spell lit the corridor with a sudden flaming light. The door behind the large boy flew open with such force it knocked him to the wall opposite. And out of it came something that made Harry let out a long, piercing scream no one but he seemed to be able to hear. A vast, low-slung, hairy body and a tangle of black legs, a gleam of so many eyes and a pair of razor-sharp pincers. Riddle raised his wand again, but he was too late. The thing bowled him over and scuttled away, tearing up the corridor and out of sight. Riddle scrambled to his feet, looking after it. His wand raised, and the huge boy leapt on him, seized his wand, and threw it back down, yelling, "No!" The scene whirled, the darkness became complete. Harry felt himself falling, and with a crash, landed spread eagle on his four-poster in the Gryffindor dormitory, Riddle's diary laying open on his stomach. Before he had time to regain his breath, the dormitory door opened and Ron came in. "There you are," he said. Harry sat up. He was sweating and shaking. "What's up?" said Ron, looking at him with concern. "It was Hagrid, Ron. Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago."
Da da da.
Dun, dun, dun.
Also, this is not the first time that this is not the last time that Harry will take everything a book says at face value.
Stop listening to the books!
Or at least, or a person writing mysteriously in a book that he doesn't fully understand who the owner is. Like, that is not the first time or last
No,
time. Strangely,
it is neither of those things.
like If I had a nickel for every time that happened to me, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's strange that it happened twice.
Right. Oh.
Man. Whew. It's getting heavy. It's getting heavy.
Did you want to do one more and then call it a night?
Yeah, I think that's about what I got maybe some time for as far as my voice goes. We'll see.
Yeah, because this
I,
is your last one, and
and then, yeah.
we can call it a night until next week.
Yeah,
And
for
this
sure.
isn't a very long chapter.
Cool. I think
Not like the
I mean,
last one.
yeah.
The one I just did was really long.
It was very story heavy, which
Yeah,
is good.
yours is like half that. So.
Yeah. Mine's like fluffy. It's a
It's a Cornelius
it's
Fudge moment.
filler.
You
Yeah,
get
we don't
a
care about
Cornelius Fudge
Cornelius.
moment though.
Yay, Cornelius Fudge.
Fudgesicle.
I'm already trying to think of a voice for him. There we go.
He's very. I picture him like pre-movie, very short, very stout, very nasally.
Hey, Harry. Hey, Ron. Hey, Hermione. Hi, how
Like
you doing?
with the pushing up the glasses, like he
Oh,
made
yeah,
minister. Like, yeah.
he is a controversial figure, even amongst wizards. I found out that is hilarious.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna start reading. You ready?
Yes, I am.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione had always known that Hagrid had an unfortunate liking for large and monstrous creatures. During their first year at Hogwarts, he had tried to raise a dragon in his little wooden house, and it would be a long time before they forgot the giant three-headed dog he'd christened Fluffy. And if, as a boy, Hagrid had heard that a monster was hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry was sure he'd have gone to any lengths for a glimpse of it. He'd probably thought it was a shame that the monster had been cooped up for so long and thought it deserved the chance to stretch its legs, its many, many legs. Harry could just imagine the 13-year-old Hagrid trying to fit a leash and collar on it, but he was equally certain that Hagrid would have never meant to kill anybody. Harry half wished he hadn't found out how to work Tom Riddle's diary. Again and again, Ron and Hermione made him recount what he'd seen, until he was heartily sick of telling them, and sick of the long circular conversations that followed. Riddle might have got the wrong person, said Hermione. Maybe it was some other monster that was attacking people. How many monsters do you think this place can hold? Ron asked dully.
Is that a rhetorical
We,
question?
yeah. Let's see. Are we going to find out? Probably. Later. We always knew Hagrid had been expelled, said Harry miserably, and the attacks must have stopped after Hagrid was kicked out. Otherwise, Riddle wouldn't have got his reward. Ron tried a different tack. Riddle does sound like Percy. Who asked him to squeal on Hagrid anyway? But the monster had killed someone, Ron, said Hermione. And Riddle was going to go back to some muggle orphanage if they closed Hogwarts, said Harry. I don't blame him for wanting to stay there. You met Hagrid down Nocturne Alley, didn't you, Harry? He was buying a flesh-eating slug repellent, said Harry quickly. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to blow my nose super quick.
Yep. The three of them fell silent. After a long pause, Hermione voiced the naughtiest question of all in a hesitant voice. Do you think we should go and ask Hagrid about it all?
If she's asking Naughty, it would be like, do you think we should go and ask Hagrid about it all?
I was waiting for you to come back.
I just had a napkin right here, so I just put my nose real quick. That'd be a cheerful visit, said Ron. Hello, Hagrid. Tell us, have you been setting anything mad and hairy loose in the castle lately? What happened to my voice? Sorry. It's Hermione. In the end, they decided they would not say anything to Hagrid unless there was another attack. And as more and more days went by with no whisper from the disembodied voice, they became hopeful that they would never need to talk to him about why he'd been expelled. It was now nearly 4 months since Justin and Nearly Headless Nick had been petrified, and nearly everybody seemed to think that the attacker, whoever it was, had retired for good. Peeves had finally got bored of his "Oh Potter, You Rotter" song. Ernie Macmillan asked Harry quite politely to pass a bucket of leaping toadstools in herbology one day, And in March, several of the mandrakes threw out a loud and raucous party in Greenhouse 3. This made Professor Sprout very happy. The moment they start trying to move into each other's pots, we'll know they're fully mature, she told Harry. Then we'll be able to revive those poor people in the hospital wing. The second years were giving something new to think about during their Easter holidays. The time had come to choose their subjects for the third year, a matter that Hermione at least took very seriously. It could affect our whole future, she told Harry and Ron as they pored over lists of new subjects, marking them with checks. I just want to give up potions, said Harry. We can't, said Ron gloomily. We keep all our old subjects, or I'd have ditched defense against the dark arts. But that's very important, said Hermione, shocked. Not the way Lockhart teaches it, said Ron. I haven't learned anything about him except how not to set pixies loose. Neville Longbottom had been sent letters from all the wizards and witches in his family, all giving him different advice on what to choose. Confused and worried, he sat reading the subject list with his tongue poking out, asking people whether they thought arithmancy sounded more difficult than study of ancient runes.
5 equals
Dean,
squirrel.
what?
Arithmancy
Oh,
5
five
equals
equals squirrel.
squirrel.
That's right. Arithmancy, 5 equals squirrel. Dean Thomas, who, like Harry, had grown up with muggles, ended up closing his wise eyes and jabbing his wand at the list, then catching the list on fire. Hermione took nobody's advice, but signed up for everything. Oh, setting up for book 3, actually, rather cleverly, too.
Mm-hmm.
Harry smiled grimly to himself as he thought of what Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would say if he tried to discuss his career in wizardry with them. Not that he didn't get any guidance. Percy Weasley was eager to share his experience. It depends on what you want to go, he said. It's never too early to think about the future, so I'd recommend divination. People say Muggle studies is a soft option, but I personally think wizards should have a thorough understanding of the non-magical community, particularly if they're thinking of working in close contact with them. Look at my father. He has to deal with Muggle business all the time. My brother Charlie was always more of an outdoor type, so he went for care of magical creatures. Play to your strengths, Hara. But the only thing Harry felt he was really good at was Quidditch. In the end, he chose the same new subject as Ron, feeling that if he was lousy at them, at least he'd have someone friendly to help him. Gryffindor's next Quidditch match would be against Hufflepuff. Wood was insisting on team practices every night after dinner, so that Harry barely had time for anything but Quidditch and homework. However, the training sessions were getting better, or at least drier, and the evening before Saturday's match, he went up to his dormitory to drop off his broomstick, feeling Gryffindor's chances for the Quidditch Cup had never been better. But his cheerful mood didn't last long. At the top of the stairs to the dormitory, he met Neville Longbottom, who was looking frantic. Hurry! I don't know who did it. I just found. Watching Harry fearfully, Neville pushed open the door. The contents of Harry's trunk had been thrown everywhere. His cloak lay ripped on the floor. The bedclothes had been pulled off his four-poster, and the drawer had been pulled out of his bedside cabinet, the contents strewn over the mattress. Harry walked over to the bed, open-mouthed, treading on a few pages of Travels with Trolls, and he and Neville pulled the blankets back onto his bed. Ron, Dean, and Seamus came in. Dean swore loudly. What happened, Harry? No idea, said Harry. Ron was examining Harry's robes. All the pockets were hanging out. Someone's been looking for something, said Ron. Is there anything missing? Harry started to pick up all his things and throw them into his trunk. It was only as he threw the last of the Lockhart books back into it that he realized what wasn't there. Riddle's diary is gone, he said in an undertone to Ron. What? Harry jerked his head toward the dormitory door, and Ron followed him out. They hurried down to the Gryffindor common room, which was half empty, and joined Hermione, who was sitting alone reading a book called Ancient Runes Made Easy. Hermione looked aghast at the news. But only a Gryffindor could have stolen. Nobody else knows our password. Exactly, said Harry. They woke the next day to brilliant sunshine and a light, refreshing breeze. Perfect Quidditch conditions, said Wood enthusiastically at the Gryffindor table, loading the team's plate with scrambled eggs. Harry, buck up there. You need a decent breakfast. Harry had been staring down the packed Gryffindor table, wondering if the new owner of Riddle's diary was right in front of his eyes. Hermione had been urging him to report the robbery, but Harry didn't like the idea. He'd had to tell a teacher all about the diary and how many people knew why Hagrid had been expelled 50 years ago. And how many people knew why Hagrid had been expelled 50 years ago. He didn't want to be the one who brought it all up again. As he left the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione to go and collect his Quidditch things, another very serious worry was added to Harry's growing list. He had just set foot on the marble staircase when he heard it again. Kill this time. Let me rip. Tear. He shouted aloud, and Ron and Hermione both jumped away from it in alarm. The voice, said Harry, looking over at him over his shoulder. I just heard it again, didn't you? Ron shook his head, wide-eyed. Hermione, however, clapped a hand to her forehead. Harry, I think I've just understood something. I've got to go to the library. Then she sprinted away up the stairs. What does she understand? Said Harry distractedly. Still looking around, trying to tell where the voice was coming from. Loads more than I do, said Ron, shaking his head. But why she got to go to the library? Because that's what Hermione does, said Ron. When in doubt, go to the library. Harry stood irresolute, trying to catch the voice again. But people were now emerging from the great hall behind him, talking loudly, exiting through the front doors on their way to the Quidditch pitch. You'd better get moving, said Ron. It's nearly 11. The match. Sorry, excuse me.
You want me to finish it?
No, I got it. I just have to clear my nose for 2 more seconds. I think the medicine could possibly be wearing off. Harry raced up to Gryffindor Tower, collected his Nimbus 2000, and joined the large crowd swarming across the grounds, but his mind was still in the castle, along with the bodiless voice. And as he pulled on his scarlet robes in the locker room, his only comfort was that everyone was now outside to watch the game. The teams walked onto the field to tumultuous applause. Oliver Wood took off for a warm-up flight around the goalposts. Madame Hooch released the balls. The Hufflepuffs, who played in Canary Yellow, were standing in a huddle, having a last-minute discussion of tactics. Harry was just mounting his broom when Professor McGonagall came half marching, half running across the pitch, carrying an enormous purple megaphone. Harry's heart dropped like a stone. This match has been cancelled, Professor McGonagall called through the megaphone, addressing the packed stadium. There were boos and shouts. Oliver Wood, looking devastated, landed and ran towards Professor McGonagall without getting off his broomstick, like waddling towards her. But, Professor, we've got to play the cup. Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued to shout through a megaphone. All students are to make their way to the house common rooms, where the heads of house will give them further information as quickly as you can. Please. Then she lowered the megaphone and beckoned Harry over to her. Potter, I think you'd better come with me. Wondering how she could possibly suspect him this time, Harry saw Ron detach himself from the complaining crowd. Thank you. He came running up to them as they set off towards the castle. To Harry's surprise, McGonagall didn't object. Yes, perhaps you'd better come too, Weasley. Some of the students swarming around them were grumbling about the match being cancelled. Others looked worried. Harry and Ron followed Professor McGonagall back into the school and up the marble staircase, but they weren't taken to anybody's office this time. This will be a bit of a shock, said Professor McGonagall in a surprisingly gentle voice as they approached the infirmary. There has been another attack. Another double attack. Harry's insides did a horrible somersault. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open, and he and Ron entered. Madame Pomfrey was bending over a 60-year girl with long curly hair. Harry recognized her as the Ravenclaw they'd accidentally asked for directions to the Slytherin common room. And on the bed next to her was Hermione! Ron groaned. Hermione lay utterly still, her eyes open and glassy. They were found near the library, said Professor McGonagall. I don't suppose either of you can explain this. It was on it was on the floor next to them. She was holding up a small circular mirror. Harry and Ron shook their heads, both staring at Hermione. I will escort you to Act Calm at Gryffindor Tower, said Professor McGonagall. I need to address the students in any case. All students will return to their house common room by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is to leave the dormitories after that time. You will be escorted to each lesson by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher. All further Quidditch training and matches are to be postponed. There will be no more evening activities. The Gryffindors packed inside the common room, listening to Professor McGonagall in silence. She rolled up the parchment from which she had been reading and said in a somewhat choked voice, I need hardly add that I have rarely been so distressed. It is likely that the school will be closed unless the culprit behind these attacks is caught. I would urge anyone who thinks they might know anything about them to come forward. She climbed somewhat awkwardly out of the portrait hole, and the Gryffindors began talking immediately. It's 2 Gryffindors down, not counting a Gryffindor ghost. 1 Ravenclaw and 1 Hufflepuff, said the Weasley twins' friendly Jordan, counting on his fingers. Haven't any of the teachers noticed that the Slytherins are all safe? Isn't it obvious that this stuff is coming from Slytherin? The heir of Slytherin, the monster of Slytherin? Why don't they just chuck all the Slytherins out? He roared, nods and scattered applause. I mean, agreed, but their password is pure blood. Are you kidding me? They're guilty as sin. Percy Weasley was sitting in a chair behind Lee, but for once he didn't seem keen to make his views heard. He was looking pale and stunned. Percy's in shock, George told Harry quietly. That Ravenclaw girl, Penelope Clearwater, she's a prefect. I don't think he thought the monster would dare attack a prefect. Probably, actually, huh?
Right.
We're safe. We're prefects.
We're
Nope.
special. We have
We're
awesome,
special.
awesome badges that I shine all the time.
I shine it all the time. It makes my nipples hard. It's so good. Well, we're going with nipple rings, so why not?
Might as well.
Um,
You started the
exactly.
nipple ring.
I did. That's why I'm like, and you're continuing it.
Yeah, well, you started it.
Yeah. Harry was only half listening. He didn't seem to be able to get rid of the picture of Hermione lying on the hospital bed as though carved out of stone. And if the culprit wasn't caught soon, he was looking at a lifetime back with the Dursley. Oh my gosh.
No.
Hermione might die. He might have to stay with the Dursleys. No. Tom Riddle had turned Hagrid in because he was faced with the prospect of a Muggle orphanage if the school closed. Harry now knew exactly how he had felt. What are we going to do? Said Ron quietly in Harry's ear. Do you think they suspect Hagrid? We've got to go and talk to him, said Harry, making up his mind. I can't believe it's him this time, but if he set the monster loose last time, he'll know how to get inside the Chamber of Secrets, and that's a start. But McGonagall said we've got to stay in our tower unless we're in class. I think, said Harry, more quietly still, it's time to get my dad's old cloak out again. Harry had inherited just one thing from his father, a long and silvery invisibility cloak. It was their only chance of sneaking out of the school to visit Hagrid without anyone knowing about it. They went to bed at the usual time, waited until Neville, Dean, and Seamus had stopped discussing the Chamber of Secrets and finally fallen asleep, and got up, dressed again, and threw the cloak over themselves. The journey through the dark and deserted castle corridors wasn't enjoyable. Harry, who had wandered the castle at night several times before, had never seen it so crowded after sunset. Teachers, prefects, and ghosts were marching the corridors in pairs, staring around for any unusual activity. Their invisibility cloak didn't stop them making any noise, and there was a particularly tense moment when Ron stubbed his toe only yards from the spot where Snape stood standing guard. Thankfully, Snape sneezed at almost exactly the moment Ron swore. It was with relief that they reached the oak front doors and eased them open. It was a clear, starry night. They hurried toward the lit windows of Hagrid's house and pulled out the cloak only when they were right outside his front door. Seconds after they had knocked, Hagrid flung it open. They found themselves face to face with him aiming a crossbow at them. Fang the boarhound barked loudly behind him. Oh, he said, lowering the weapon and staring at them. What are you two doing here? What's that for? Said Harry, pointing at the crossbow as they stepped inside. Nothing. Nothing, Hagrid muttered. I've been expecting. It doesn't matter. Sit down. I'll make tea. He hardly seemed to know what he was doing. He nearly extinguished the fire, spilling water from the kettle on it, then smashed the teapot with a nervous jerk of his massive hand. Are you okay, Hagrid? Said Harry. Did you hear about Hermione? Oh, I heard. All right, said Hagrid, a slight break in his voice. He kept glancing nervously at the windows. He poured them both large mugs of boiling water. He forgot to add tea bags, and was just putting a slab of fruitcake on a plate when there was a loud knock on the door. Hagrid dropped the fruitcake. Harry and Ron exchanged panic-stricken looks and threw the invisibility cloak back over themselves and retreated into a corner. Hagrid checked that they were hidden, seized the crossbow, and flung open his door once more. Good evening, Hagrid. It was Dumbledore. He entered looking deadly serious, and was followed by a very odd-looking man. The stranger had rumpled gray hair and an anxious expression, and was wearing a strange mixture of clothes: a pinstriped suit, a scarlet tie, a long black cloak, and pointed purple boots. Under his arm, he carried a lime green bowler. It's the Riddler! No. Sorry.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of Dumbledore with a bat?
Dumbledore, or Hagrid. That's Dad's boss, Round breathed. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Harry elbowed Ron hard to make him shut up. Hagrid had gone pale and sweaty. He dropped into one of his chairs and looked from Dumbledore to Cornelius Fudge. Bad business, Hagrid, said Fudge in rather clipped tones. Very bad business. Had to come. Vortex and Muggleborns? These have gone far enough. Ministry's got to act. I never, said Hagrid, looking imploringly at Dumbledore. You know I never. Oh, fine, I said Professor, and it wasn't even on the page. Are you kidding me?
One last apple cider shot for the road.
Maybe this will clear my sinuses up.
Right? Apple cider vinegar. Past the teeth, past the gums. Look out, stomach. Here it comes.
Come on, give me some relief for just a couple seconds, please. Who are we making this one out to? Well, this might be the last one, so I'll make it out to my chat, who's been looking after my health. I'll make it out to Classique, who's also been looking after my health. My wife, who's been looking after my health. Just everybody, thank y'all for coming by and supporting me. 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah. Oh.
Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids.
On the bright side, I gotta breathe again. Thank you for coming by, Luke. I'll maybe see you later tonight. We might be finishing up here, so thank you for coming by. Woohoo!
Bye to the Lucas.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I can breathe a little better now. You know I never, Professor Dumbledore, sir. I want to understood, Cornelius, that Hagrid has my full confidence, said Dumbledore, frowning at Fudge. Look, Albus, said Fudge uncomfortably. Hagrid's record is against him. Minister's got to do something. The school governors have been in touch. Yet again, Cornelius, I tell you that taking Hagrid away will not help in the slightest, said Dumbledore. His blue eyes were full of a fire Harry had never seen. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire?
Oh, I hated that change.
Looking at it from my point of view, said Fudge, fidgeting with his bowler. I'm under a lot of pressure. Got to be seen to be doing something. If it turns out it wasn't Hagrid, he'll be back and no more said. But I've got to take him. Got to. Wouldn't be my duty. Take me, said Hagrid, who was trembling. Take me where? For a short stretch only, said Fudge, not meeting Hagrid's eye. Not a punishment, Hagrid. More a precaution. If someone else is caught, you'll be let out with a full apology. Not Azkaban, croaked Hagrid. Before Fudge could answer, there was another loud rap at the door. Dumbledore answered it. It was Harry's turn for an elbow in the ribs. He'd let out an audible gasp. Mr. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut, swathed in a long black traveling cloak, smiling a cold and satisfied smile. Fang started to growl. Over to here, Fudge, he said approvingly. Good, good. Okay, we're channeling Frankenfurter, I guess, now. That's fun. I want to make it clear, I've never seen Rocky Horror Picture Show. That is how prevalent Tim Curry's impression, or Tim Curry doing Frankenfurter is. Like, it's that good.
It's everywhere. It's just
It's everywhere.
glorious.
Anticipation.
That was perfection. I need that as a sound clip, please.
I can kind of do Tim Curry, but I do his Wadsworth a little better because I've seen Clue more times than I care to count. Yeah. No. No.
Jesus. Ah.
Need to watch. Okay, maybe if I'm not feeling like I want to stop streaming after this, we watch Clue together, everybody. We'll watch Clue on my stream. It'll be fun. Anyways, what are you doing here? Said Hagrid furiously. Get out of my house. My dear man, please believe me, I have no pleasure at all being inside your, do you call this a house? Said Lucius Malfoy, sneering as he looked around the small cabin. I simply called here at the school, and I was told that the headmaster was here. And what exactly did you want with me, Lucius? Said Dumbledore. He spoke politely, but the fire was still blazing in his blue eyes. Dreadful thing, Dumbledore, said Malfoy lazily, taking out a long roll of parchment, but the governors feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures on it. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? 2 more this afternoon, wasn't it? At this rate, there'll be no more Muggle-borns left in Hogwarts. And we all know that an awful loss that would be to the school. Oh, now, see here, Lucius, said Fudge, looking alarmed. Dumbledore suspended. No. Last thing we want right now. The appointment or suspension of the headmaster is a matter for the governors, Fudge, said Master Malfoy smoothly. And as Dumbledore has failed to stop these attacks. See here, Malfoy, if Dumbledore can't stop them, said Fudge, whose upper lip was sweating now, I mean to say, who can? That remains to be seen, said Malfoy with a nasty smile. But as all 12 of us have voted, Hagrid leapt to his feet, his shaggy black head grazing the ceiling. And how many did you have to threaten and blackmail before, and how many did you have to threaten and blackmail before they agreed, Malfoy, eh? He roared. Dear, you know that temper of yours will lead you into trouble one of these days, Hagrid, said Mr. Malfoy. I would advise you not to shout at the Azkaban guards like that. They won't like it at all. You can take Dumbledore. You can't take Dumbledore. Oh.
You good?
I thought Hagrid was like, you can take Dumbledore.
But you
Take
can't
him.
take me.
I thought that was kind of what was happening. I was like, oh,
As
what
he
a switch.
jumps through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style.
Oh, yeah.
He just goes prancing across the field into the forest to follow the car.
Why is Hagrid streaking? I don't know. You can't take Dumbledore. There's an apostrophe, guys. Yelled Hagrid, making Fang the Boarhound cower and whimper in his basket. Take him away and the Muggleborns won't stand a chance. They'll be killing next. Calm yourself, Hagrid, said Dumbledore sharply. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. If the governors want my removal, Lucius, I shall, of course, step aside. But, stuttered Fudge. No, growled Hagrid. Dumbledore had not taken his bright blue eyes off Lucius Malfoy's cold gray ones. However, said Dumbledore, speaking very slowly and clearly so that none of them could miss a word, you will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are loyal to me. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. For a second, Harry was almost sure Dumbledore's eyes flickered toward the corner where he and Ron stood hidden. Admirable sentiments, said Malfoy, bowing. We shall all miss your highly individual way of running things, Albus, and only hope that your successor will manage to prevent any killings. He strode to the cabin door, opened it, and with a flourish bowed Dumbledore out. Fudge, fiddling with his bowler, waited for Hagrid to go ahead of him, but Hagrid stood his ground, took a deep breath, and said carefully, trying to emulate Dumbledore, I feel like at this point.
Yeah, I love
Like
it.
I think he knew Dumbledore was trying to like say stuff to Harry and Ron, and then he's like, "Oh, I can do that too. Look at this.
Watch me go.
If
I'm great too.
I can leave some cryptic clues without anybody knowing it's me.
Look what I can do.
If anyone wanted to know find out some stuff, All they'd have to do would be to follow the spiders. That'd lead them right. That's all I'm saying. Fudge stared at him in amazement. All right, I'm coming, said Hagrid, pulling on his moleskin overcoat. But as he was about to follow, Fudge stepped through the door. Oh, as he was about to follow Fudge through the door, he stopped again and said loudly, "And someone will need to feed Fang while I'm away." The door banged shut, and Ron pulled off the invisibility cloak. "We're in trouble now," he said coarsely. "No Dumbledore. They might as well close the school tonight. There'll be an attack a day with him gone." Fang started howling, scratching at the closed door.
And that,
Woohoo!
ooh, we leave it.
Who could it be? Who could possibly be the heir of Slytherin? I kind of wish it was Lucius Malfoy, so we could have gotten rid of him a lot earlier. But then who would do my Tim Curry impression? Nobody. That's true.
Oh no. Miley
Was it okay?
Cyrus!
Was
It's
it okay?
broken! It was great. It was
Okay.
glorious.
I couldn't tell if you were muted just because you were listening or if you were actually laughing. Because sometimes you are, sometimes you're not.
I very rarely mute. Oh,
That's true.
very rarely. It's only when, the channel redemption points for your voiceovers happen that I mute because nobody wants to sit there and listen to me die laughing while I giggle snort in the microphone.
Oh, you weren't muted. Okay, I thought you were muted for some reason.
No, I was not. So the next chapter we will begin next week is Aragog, chapter 15. And I believe if we stay at a decent pace, we may actually finish the book next week.
Possibly. I
We may
mean, 4 chapters.
actually-
We average 4 chapters roughly.
Roughly. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 chapters left.
Oh my gosh.
So we may actually finish Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets in 4 episodes.
Boss, I'm sorry, but we're actually about to leave. But thank you for stopping by anyways. But yeah, 4 chapters. That's awesome.
4
I'm excited.
chapters. So Monday,
We'll finish it next week.
Monday.
Monday. Monster truck.
Monster Truck Mondays. You still good for Monday?
I
Monday?
believe so.
I will put out my
Let's
stream
see.
schedule on
What?
Sunday, but I
Yeah,
finalize it Friday. So just let me know. Keep me posted.
I should be fine. I'll keep you posted if not, but I plan on me being there.
I always do.
Okay, cool.
Now that we've gotten time zones correct.
Yeah, right. Now that like my work needs to actually have me know time zones, so I'm like, I need to understand this.
I need to know. Oh, excuse me. I actually need to know what's happening.
Exactly.
So I will see you Monday. I'm going to mute Discord while I close everything out.
Me too.
Be back.
Okay.
Big thank you to everybody who stopped by to hang out today while we did Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets episode 3. This will be, for those of you watching here, this will be up on YouTube. Today is what? Monday? It will be up Thursday. Thursday it will be uploaded onto YouTube. So if you missed anything, you'll be able to catch it there, as well as the previous 2 episodes are already there. We do have a giveaway going on in chat that will last until the 20th of November. I am giving away a copy of Sniper Elite 3. So ! giveaway in chat during any of the streams or at any point. We'll give you the link to participate in that. And with that, I will see you tomorrow for our normal gaming stream with, I don't know who, but we'll figure it out when we get there. So until then, have a great night. I'm going to send you over to... We're going to go to... We're going to go to Evie Lista, who is streaming Dragon Age. I have no idea what game that is, but she's streaming it, and she is a sweetheart. They are a sweetheart. Not unsure of pronouns, we'll go with they. They are a sweetheart. So go on over, say hello, and I will see you all for a gaming stream tomorrow. For those of you that are here for book club, I will see you with Doodle on Monday. Bye. Boop boop be doop boop.